All right, hello. This is Banners of North America, episode 11 and a half. We have with us some legendary figures of the community, Mr. Gavin, Mr. Zoinks, and Mr. Fergus. Would y'all like to say hello?
Hello, I'm
What's up?
Gavin.
Hello.
Hello. So, we are here to talk about many things, lots of things, as you might have seen in the first few frames of this. We have once again a whiteboard to keep the conversation in good order and to specifically to screenshot it and to make all of this public, the conclusions that we come to. So I think it's quite useful. And with that, we will begin. I would like to, well, I guess just going down in order of the way the VC is laid out. So Fergus, then Gavin, then Zoinks. I just want to ask, like, how did you get into the server side, like management or kind of support role rather than just being a player in Mountain Blade?
So I'd say for me, I started playing Mountain Blade Warband back in 2014. Originally played NW, would go to different events on there, and then some of my NW friends told me about this mod called Persistent World. We then would hop on there after some of our NW events, and we would play. I ended up, playing for many, many years up until the point to where I would, start joining some of the admin teams. I would be a TA for a little bit, eventually making my way up to HA on Celestial under Gadiz. We then had a bit of falling out. And so then just kind of, became a solo player for a while, did kind of the clan stuff for a bit. And then once kind of Celestial died off and people were wanting another server, I kind of tried my hand at making a PW server. I waited though until these, I believe it was the people who created EU Phoenix. They essentially came out with a script pack, a free script pack for a mod called Persistent Kingdoms, which was essentially a upgraded version of PW. So it had, more armor, more scripts involved with it. And the biggest thing was that it came with a open source script set to manage, the sort of persistent side of things with the banks and player saving and admin tools and an admin panel. Up until that point, it essentially was you either had to write them yourself or you had to pay an exorbitant amount of money in order to get scripts in order to run your server. So I did not have the technical ability at the time to do that, and also I didn't shell out a bunch of money on just the scripts. So I waited for the PK scripts to kind of come available, and I feel like one of the first servers to use them outside of EU Phoenix. I certainly was the first NA server to do it. And so I ran that under the NA Eden server for a couple of years, I think from 2020 until essentially Bannerlord was announced and released. So that's where I kind of got my start with kind of server managing. And then I kind of had it in my, idea, or just rather my wantingness to continue that sort of server hosting on Bannerlord whenever it became available. Now, it started out as kind of on a beta aspect. There wasn't really much in way of dedicated server hosting for probably the first year or so of Bannerlord being out. And once custom servers started becoming a thing, I wanted to be involved and kind of tried to be involved as much as I could. I think we started doing a couple of native events here and there where we were one of the couple of servers that had the ability to host. Didn't really get too much player involvement. We had a couple of events that would go on, but they were just not really all that good because the multiplayer wasn't there yet, and also some of the scripts weren't there yet, and so it just was kind of bland and wasn't really all that enjoyable. Lots of bugs. So eventually, as mods started kind of being developed more and more, there was this team that started essentially claiming that they were developing and were coming out with the Bannerlord equivalent of Persistent World, which was Persistent Empires, which is what a lot of us ended up hosting later on. So I feel like all of us, I don't know, I guess whenever Gavin and Zoinks really kind of came into it, but I feel like they were pretty early adopters as well. But all of us, I feel like, were pretty in on the ground floor whenever it came to seeing developments or seeing updates about the development for Persistent Empires and being a part of the Discord and being kind of a part of the conversation. And then it was around, I don't know, I guess how far into it was, but it was once essentially the mod was ready to be sort of played that I kind of had involvement with hosting the NA side of things. So Roy, who was the leader of Blackfire, along with a couple other different named clans, he was kind of in talks with Aaron, or I guess he is the head developer of Persistent Empires, and Roy essentially recommended me to be the NA server owner for Persistent Empires. So I took that and kind of tried to help Aaron as much as I could with kind of figuring things out. But he was mostly the main person. Him and Rob were the two main people who figured a lot of things out, and I just essentially provided my services to essentially do the NA side of the adminning along with the server hosting. So I bought my own server, hosted files on there, gave Aaron and Mentor Rob access so that they could apply updates and stuff like that, because it was still pretty new at that point and not really polished. So they had to do a lot of manual intervention. So that's really kind of where we got our start. And so initially we were under the banner of the sort of Persistent Empires like official Discord. So we were just the NA branch. We were still associated with them. We were still under them. We weren't really able to separate from them until let's see when it was. I think it was 2022-ish. Yeah, 2022 going into 2023 was whenever we eventually fully switched over to being kind of our own entity under NA Crossroads. So from that point, we were kind of separated both by rules and also by admin team and policy and stuff like that. We still, shared the same mod, but we would choose different maps than EU would. We had a different admin team than EU did. We had a different Discord than EU did. The EU still used the main Persistent Empires Discord. We used ours. A lot of things were kind of shared, and then as EU came across issues, NA would make updates to our rules. As NA came across issues, EU would make corrections to their rules. But both of them, like, we couldn't really, in my mind, we couldn't have a one server to be for both EU and NA, because the cultures are so different, the players are so different. There's language barrier with some of it, because as people from all around Europe play on EU servers, and there's also all these different clans who have beef with each other, and so they don't want NA playing with EU, and EU doesn't want to play with NA. So that was the main, I feel like, driving force for why it was good for us to separate into NA, and then that's where I feel like a lot of the rest of the kind of story went, was just once we separated, it kind of became our own thing, and we had a lot more control over it instead of having to kind of go to the devs for everything, which, after a period of time, they didn't really want to be involved as much. They just wanted to kind of hand it off to the individual server owners and let them handle it, because it was stressful. And they just wanted to focus on the development side of things. But that's, I feel like, where I kind of got my start with all of it. So back in, Persistent World, all the way up until Persistent Empires.
That's a long history, sir. Thank you for that. Mr. Gavin, how did you kind of get from being an observer of the game to a player to more than a player? What was your journey?
Yeah, so I think we have to start in Warband when I first played. So I first started playing a lot on Warband on a module called Napoleonic Wars, which if you don't know, it's set during Napoleonic times, muskets and swords, whatnot. There's a bunch of different tournaments for the competitive scene. I didn't start adminning there, but I did grow kind of frustrated with the general formats of these things that people like gathered, and then they kind of shifted towards PW when I started playing a lot there, because some of my friends in my groups started playing this mod. I also grew frustrated with some of these servers on there, namely Celestial, and a couple of others beforehand. I can't remember the names. I'm sure Fergus knows all the names, but there's a couple before then. I then played as a player for, I don't know, a few years. And then I started to grow interested in Bannerlord, so I started playing the competitive side of this game. And then I was part of Roy's group, who his clan was named House Blackfire. I was one of his officers, and he got me into a alpha testing for Persistent Empires. I think that was around the time. Were you in the alpha test, Fergus?
I was, yeah.
Yeah, there's like probably 20 people in that server, and all of the like wiring of like childhood nostalgia kind of like fired off, and like I thought this was the coolest thing ever. So I wanted to help this like however I can, and while I might not be a coder, I did have some experience leading a music community. I'm not going to name them here, but we focused on composing soundtracks for up and coming games. And I helped lead that, so I had some experience with project management and people skills, kind of. So I decided to lend a hand with adminning under Fergus as the server owner. Well, he wasn't the server owner at the time. He was the head admin because the devs owned the server. But eventually that led to Crossroads, and of course, between that time was the Persistent Empire beta. And yeah, that's how I found myself to become a admin for Fergus's servers.
That's a pretty good story. This and what is the name of this guy who led House Blackfire?
Roy.
Roy.
Yes.
Another pillar of the community, I guess. Is he still around?
Self-proclaimed.
Oh, self-proclaimed. Okay. Maybe I should be careful.
He doesn't play Bannerlord as much anymore. He talks to some people who still are kind of involved in it. He's kind of moved on to different things. We used to be friends. I'm not sure what he's up to right now. I think he plays a bunch of Hoy, Hearts of Iron 4.
Not a bad game.
He kind of got disinterested in this game, I'm pretty sure, after probably a couple months into the mod.
What a shame. And that's the PE mod you're talking about?
Yes. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, Roy was a big clan leader all throughout kind of PW and then into PK. He even hosted his own server for a little while whenever I went away for college.
NA.
Yeah.
He had the biggest clan on North America for Persistent Empires. So, fun fact.
Well, that's an achievement.
There's like 100 people in the faction.
I wonder if any of them I wonder if a lot of them are still around. I mean, some people.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch still around.
Yeah.
They just kind of found themselves in different groups.
That's true. We'll have to find them. Oh, gotta catch them all, like Pokemon we were talking about before.
Exactly.
Okay, Mr. Zoinks, how did you get into the non-playing part of server participation?
Yeah, so my story isn't nearly as long as Fergus or Gavin's. I was a part of a gaming community where we played Holdfast, like mostly line battle events, which I think Holdfast was a standalone game that was created based off the sword and musket mod from Warband that Gavin was talking about. I myself never played Warband at all, but a lot of the guys in this community, mainly the leaders, did play the PW and PK mods. And so when they found out that PE was coming out, they decided to transition the community from Holdfast to PE and form the Kingdom of Duloc. So we played in the beta when it was jointly EU and NA, and I had a couple less than ideal interactions with admins enforcing the rules in the beta. So I recognized pretty quickly that they're basically the survival and experience of the mod would rely pretty heavily on the quality of adminning, at least as far as player retention and experience is concerned. And so this was within a year of me graduating law school and passing the bar. So I thought that I would be able to sort of lend my legal trained mind to the cause and help with rule drafting and rule enforcement and establishing precedent and such.
That's an
So
incredible example of putting your skills to use wherever you're at. Thank you. That's commendable. So I guess we'll go in reverse. So starting with Zoinks, I want to ask you specifically with your experience as like an admin, someone who was writing the rules, someone who was applying them to the various situations that would pop up. What are the skill, and you might even be able to answer this like a lot better than the average person would, but what are the skills that you need in order to like put together a rule set that applies to a video game where it will keep everyone kind of in order but still make it fun? Like what kind of things do you need to keep in mind when you're constructing that kind of thing?
Well, first of all, I think one of the most important skills is just really good grammar. Like when you're drafting the rules, you need to keep in mind that there are going to be people that read the rules with the intention of finding loopholes. And sometimes a loophole is just something you didn't consider when drafting the rules, and sometimes a loophole is just them reading the grammar, like just the actual syntax of the rule in a different light than how it was intended. So just using like really good grammar and keeping that in mind, like keep putting your commas in the right place, and all of that can plug a lot of loopholes. We saw, I'd say probably at least 10% of the tickets that we saw were all people trying to exploit loopholes, where like they would do something in the server that they knew was against the intention of the rules, but wanted to get into a ticket to argue about whether or not the rules actually forbade the act that they committed. So keeping that in mind. Another thing is, another probably the biggest thing is just thinking about the experience that you want the average player to have on the server. So the rules, because none of the rules are enforced server side, the rules that you put into the rule sheet need to be all within a light of what the community wants the experience to be like, So we ran into that quite a bit, because in the beginning we were drafting the rules along this idea of it being persistent, because all the mods started with persistent. So there were none of these rules about like when you could war someone to take a castle. And as the mod went on, more and more people in the community were asking for us to put in rules that prevented their castle from being offlined in the middle of the night. So there's just a couple examples of the things that you had to keep in mind when drafting.
Okay, so you have to make sure that the language you use is clear, that it can't be misread either on purpose or on accident. So your grammar has to be on point, and keeping in mind that the rules that you make are going to be tampered with, or at least going to attempt to be tampered with. One more question before we kind of move off of this one. Um, Knowing that some people are going to try their best to skirt the rules or to bend them, um, what is the degree of tolerance that kind of admins should have in general, in terms of like being kicked off or banned from a server? Like in y'all's examples, or in y'all's experience, were there any situations where it's like, this isn't against the rules, but it's so egregious that like we literally just can't have you here and you ban them? Or is there anything like, it's a repeated bending of a certain rule that doesn't break it, but you still have to get rid of them? Is there anything like that? Like what should the tolerance level be?
Well, that's a tough question because it's extremely subjective, right? Like you're getting into this aspect of like what is not actually on paper, like it's just a gut feeling. We sort of dealt with that in two different ways. We had we had this matrix that listed all the offenses and what the potential penalty for those offenses could be, and one of them was loopholing. And loopholing is extremely hard to prove because what you essentially need to do in order to prove loopholing, you need to prove that they intentionally committed the act, knowing that it was against the spirit of the server, so to speak.
Okay, yeah, it's hard to prove, of
At
course.
which like they're not going to get in the ticket and start talking about like how they did that specifically to get away with it. And then another thing that we did is in the punishment matrix, we also put a qualifier at the bottom that said, the all punishments are at the discretion of admins. So even though it said RDM second offense was, a 1-day ban, if the RDM was if someone watched the video of the RDM and it was so egregious that like you knew that they needed to get a 7-day ban, then they could do that as well.
Okay.
And I think that sort of subjectiveness that I'm talking about is probably the hardest part of adminning the server as far as the rules are concerned. It's really hard to sort of train new admins on that aspect, and it's even harder to reach a consensus on the admin team, like on these subjective principles. Like you're never going to get a uniform consent. Like you're never going to get like a uniform decision on how bad was that rule break, like if we're talking about punishing them more than what it's worth.
So in general, it's I guess you'd say sometimes it is necessary to give a little bit more weight to a punishment in certain very specific situations, but in general, it's kind of dangerous to deviate from, the scale, like, punishment versus the crime that you actually did on paper. You're saying it's dangerous to deviate from that established rule set that you have?
Yeah, it can be because it's for sure a slippery slope. I think one of the main, at least from like my position as a senior admin and then a head admin, it felt like one of the biggest indicators for the health of the server is the amount of trust that the community had in the admin team. And when you start deviating, once you like establish sort of like a equation, so to speak, of how people are going to be punished, if you start deviating from that, then that trust level between the community and the admin team just starts breaking, and then it can start falling apart from there.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense. I'll go ahead and push that to Gavin then. I guess if you have any notes on that, or I'll ask the question again. What is kind of the level of tolerance or degree of separation from the established rule set that admin should be willing to go to punish severely a crime that was committed severely?
Well, Zoinks, I think your point is great, where it touches on like how people read the rules and like how they can like feasibly extract the like spirit of them, and I think that's pretty important. And there's a couple of points I want to add on to what you said about the question that you were asked about when you're making the rules, what should you add to them, because this feeds into like how we punish people. So a few things is, do you have a development team who you can work with to add like mechanical aspects of the game so we don't have to write rules? Do you have a staff team who is competent to come together to form case laws for certain cases that come in? If you have those, I think there's certain things that you can do. One of these servers, after our server. I forget the name of it, but they had a mechanical punishment where if you broke certain rules, you would be like sent into mines, and you had to mine a certain amount of stuff to get out. So that's like a fun way to punish people. But I think like to the extent of how you should punish people is as Zoinks said, it's pretty hard to prove loopholing. The only instance where I've pretty much like had loopholing like proven was like someone said that they were loopholing, so I had to take care of that guy. But it's pretty interesting because how do you translate the severity of a infraction to how long a person should be punished? Did the person mean to do this? Did they intentionally do this to ruin one person's fun, to ruin multiple people's fun? We had rules on persistent on Crossroads where if you mass RDM like people, which is like mass killing people for no reason,
Okay.
you were basically just gone until you made a appeal. However, that differentiated from one person as it's not as severe. Sure, you are taking the fun from one person, but it's not like a whole group that you're just spawn killing who just got on the mod. So I think you really need people you trust on the staff team to delve into these cases, to look at the totality of the circumstances, to judge like how severe something is when it comes in.
So like, if
Did that
you're
answer your
going
question,
to,
or
yes,
yeah?
it did. It answered it very well. I'll see if I can summarize, and if I'm wrong, then you can correct me.
Okay.
Basically, it is hard to judge in a lot of cases how much you should edit that balance between the punishment on the books and the crime that they committed, if it's a worse crime than what's on the books. But the individual judgment should be done by admins who you trust and who are, I guess, like, credible.
Properly vetted.
Okay, properly
Yep.
vetted. Good. So let's see. Judgments on outlying cases should be run through credible, trusted
Staff administration.
administration. Yes. Okay. And let's see, Mr. Fergus, did you have any points that you wanted to add on this?
Yeah, so I'll say that the way that we started things out originally was taking the, original PW/PK/ whatever, essentially the rule set that's been passed around for many, many years, well before PE came around, and probably is still used to this day for any new servers that come out. A lot of the times, or at least over the years before PE, those rules were just changed here and there. Certain things removed, certain values changed, whether it's how long you have to capture a castle, how long you have to peace after you capture a castle, etc. Things like that were about the only change that you had to make whenever you're going from one server to another in previous iterations. But whenever PE came around, right, it was still a newer mod. There wasn't everything fully fleshed out yet, and so there was a lot of things where the gameplay was not able to cover rules that were not explicitly written. And so we went originally with being very explicit with our rules and kind of trying to spell everything out. And the rule set got pretty long. And I feel like a lot of players had the feedback of it's too long, it's too complicated, it's, not something that we want to read or will read. And so you kind of had to find a balance between a rule set that was short enough for people to be willing to read and but long enough to cover everything that could happen. Luckily, over the course of the development of the mod, more and more things got added in that kind of alleviated certain pain points that we had in the rule set that we were able to then drop because it was just now covered by game mechanics. In my opinion, everything should be covered by game mechanics outside of stuff like glitching, griefing, or more just kind of like bad player behavior, rather than, oh, you're not allowed to kill somebody during this certain situation or whatever. Like, a lot of this could be fixed by just adding in game mechanics that actually control what someone can or can't do in the game, and that way they're limited by the game itself. You don't need an admin around in order for you to be able to actually enforce a rule or enforce some situation. So I think that was the main thing that we struggled with, especially early on, was sort of lack of game mechanics that we then had to explicitly write in the rules, that then made the rules longer and made it to where people were less likely to read it. And it also kind of incorporated some of the stuff that saying about, like, if we didn't have the best grammar, or we wrote it in such a way to where we understood it, but then someone who maybe isn't a veteran of the game wouldn't be able to understand it, which that's, I feel like, another pain point that we had whenever we were writing the rules and were changing them over the course of the time that we ran the server, was that you had the older players who have read the rules, they've been playing the game for 10 plus years at that point, or playing the mod for 10 plus years at that point, and so they've seen every iteration of these mods. They only need to see the specific values that have changed in order to kind of understand what they can or can't do within a certain time frame. So I feel like you had a lot of those players who they already understood the sort of spirit of the rules, and then you had also a brand new wave of people who had never even heard of the mod, have never even played Warband, who didn't understand the spirit of the rules. And so we tried to do our best to kind of cater to both sides. But at the end of the day, it really, I think, boiled down to what we eventually ended up doing, which worked, I think, better, which was make the rules as kind of clear and concise as possible for the major points that people are going to break, and then everything else from that point would be determined by the admin team, who in theory should understand the spirit of the rules more than, say, the player. And for any situations where there was, say, a gray area, so it wasn't explicitly laid out in the rules, if the trial admin or the admin or whoever made a bad call, the player could then essentially ask for a review. Or if the admin themselves was like, oh, I don't know if this is something I can handle, then we had a system in place to where we would have players or the admin themselves would be able to essentially add a senior admin or head admin to come in and deal with that situation and kind of make that judgment call. So we kind of almost kind of had we did have a sort of hierarchy where the admins and the trial admins were meant to deal with the kind of easier and more straightforward situations, and as they became more and more experienced, they might become more and more help with some of those gray areas. But overall, the people who were promoted to head admin, senior admin, and all that would essentially be entrusted with making those calls for those gray areas. And I feel like that worked pretty well, because what we were able to then do is kind of internally, as a senior admin team, we're able to make judgment calls based off of whatever the situation was and change rules if we needed to, or make a call based off of whatever it was. So, and as I think Gavin and Zoinks both said, the whole point of people are always trying to look for a way to break the rules. That is the biggest, I feel, issue that you come across whenever you're writing a rule set, is how do you prevent people from breaking them, and then how do you deal with people breaking or kind of abusing the rules, because you might write something in a specific way to prevent one situation from happening, but by writing a rule in such a way, you now allow for them to abuse it in this other way, which isn't against the rules, but definitely ruins the experience for somebody. And I feel like at the end of the day, the rules should be written to prevent bad player behavior that is going to ruin the experience for the majority of the players. Granted, you can't, protect everybody from everything, and you shouldn't, because, this is meant to be a, you die, and your loot is able to be taken from you, and you're sort of like fighting for your life in some regard. But if someone uses the rules or uses something in the game that isn't fair, then that's where we would try to come in and make a rule or have some sort of precedent set that would be able to, counteract that bad behavior that players would have. I feel like is the big things that kind of go into rule making and trying to kind of change things over time. But I guess just overall, like I said, is to try and make the rules clear and concise and short enough to where people are willing to read it. And then for any gray areas, you essentially pass that to the more experienced or more sort of senior leadership within the admin team or the server to kind of make that determination call rather than letting it be every single admin. But ideally, you would have an admin team to where every single person could make those calls. But at least with us, we were dealing with a lot of newer admins or people who maybe didn't agree with the direction that we wanted to take the server, and so that's why we kind of had to go the route of our sort of inner circle on the admin team would be the main people who would discuss and kind of make those calls on the gray areas.
I don't know how much that would specifically differ from like other models of admin teams, but it sounds like that is very a very efficient way of doing things. I think that I mean, at least from what I see, it's good to have an experienced core of people who are doing the most refined version of the job, and then you get the interns, the new people, the people who are maybe less serious, less dedicated, but still would like to be interested in these things and help out with these things like adminning or running things, like small delegated tasks. um and you mentioned as well how you have some players that you've seen all of the different iterations. They've been around for long enough to just kind of know the spirit of the rules and follow them like that. And you have the newer players. So how was there a way previously where like you had this like a place for these older guys to teach the rules and the way of life and the culture of this game to the younger players, or was that just supposed to happen through like the natural exposure through VCs, voice chats, whatever, text chats, whatever?
Well, I would say that we had, I mean, it was kind of both. So we had within the Discord, we had different, like, sort of, people could make rule suggestions or people could comment on rules and or could ask staff questions about the rules and things like that, which was used quite a bit. And so we would be able to, someone would, put in like a rule suggestion change, and then we would be able to review it and say, yes, this is a good addition, or no, this isn't a good addition, and here's why. But then also, a lot of it does come from experience of playing the game and kind of understanding it by actually being a part of it. And I mean, I know that anytime that I tried to talk to like some of the old guard of the sort of warband days, I would try to, tell them, hey, try to like teach the players, or rather, I guess we would try to prop up the people who would try to help new players. Like I think, even came up with a role in the Discord to give to people who we saw in the community were being people who were sort of acting as that mentor role, to kind of give them, a little bit extra clout in the Discord and just also kind of prop them up in the game. Um, so I think it's a bit of both. Like you should kind of have a forum to where you're able to have your rules criticized and also have your rules questioned to where people can say, hey, I don't know what this rule means or how it should be interpreted. Does it cover this situation? Does it cover that situation? But then you should also have the players in game who they see a newer player, or they come to find out that someone, this is their first time playing, or they're a serf that's just walking around, has no money whatsoever. Like I feel like some of the best interactions that I have been a part of in like previous years, like I still remember the first couple of people who helped me understand the game, because there's not really, I mean, there's wikis out there, there's different guides that are out there about how to play this mod, both the Warband version and the Bannerlord version, but none of them really truly cover everything. And so by having someone that's in the game, whether it's a clan person that recruits somebody and then teaches them the game, or it's some pub leader or it's just some random person who's walking around and sees someone who needs help. Like those interactions, I feel like are some of the best interactions that we can hope for in the mod. And just in general is someone who's willing to teach a newer player how to play and what the sort of like, you know, rules of the land are. And like I said, I still remember my first interaction whenever I was on, I think it was Great Divide back in, you know, PW. I was a serf trying to make some money, and I had someone who had this, you know, big old like tin can set of armor who was like the Lord of the Praven faction, and I like was essentially like a serf under them, and they kind of showed me the lay of the land and how to play the game and what to do, and answered all my questions and stuff like that. And I still remember them to this day, even though that was, you know, more than 10 years ago.
First impressions, big impressions, lasting impressions. Yeah, that's what matters. Okay, so we talked about kind of the skills that you need for writing rules. We talked about the skills you need for enforcing the rules, adminning. What other, let's see, what other type of rules are like super critical? Let's talk about coding. When do, do y'all have like a very deep experience with the coding part of it?
No.
No. Okay. Let's see what else besides like community members, besides like
Fergus might.
managers, admins. Oh, Zoinks, do you have any experience coding?
No, I think Gavin said that Fergus might.
Oh, Fergus. Sorry.
Yeah. So I mean, I have some. I didn't, you know, mess with much of like actually changing the mod itself, but I dealt with more of the back end because that's like my sort of experience. Like in my real job, I, you know, manage servers, manage databases, manage stuff like that for my company. So that's where I was kind of more in line. So I was helping Aaron with sometimes like, you know, if there was a certain thing that I saw that was going wrong, like I might try and help figure it out. But a lot of it was kind of on on whoever had modding experience was the main person who would be able to, you know, troubleshoot some of this stuff. And then I just kind of learned by being around and by having a server of myself where I was able to look at the console, see what the issues were, and then also be able to kind of look at like the database and kind of run some different, you know, scripts against the database and manage the database, and also, you know, managing the website and stuff like that. Because at one point we did have an actual website that I set up and things like that. So I wouldn't say that we had like, you know, explicit coding experience, even though I do come from like a computer science background. I didn't really get much into modding just because of the timing, but there were different people in the community who did assist Aaron more and mentor Rob more.
Okay.
Mangoes was one who he ended up, you know, making kind of an offshoot of the mod, and did some other assistance with Aaron, and I believe became like a co-contributor to the mod by the end of it. So he definitely helped out with sort of like some of the coding and scripting aspects of it, but I dealt with more of sort of the back end server and database side of kind of trying to get that working.
Okay. And I guess we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go on. But before we do, I couldn't really think of a specific role, but is there any other like major role besides, you know, adminning, coding, and what else did we talk about? Just kind of owning the server, kind of making that community, which brings together everyone to play on the server that's there. Besides that, what other major roles are kind of needed within the community if you want to make an effective, endearing experience?
Personally, oh, go ahead.
Okay. So a few things from my perspective. A community manager is probably a good place to start.
Okay.
Which we didn't really dedicate that role until like later into the server, which hindsight's 2020. If you have a dedicated community manager, I think things will roll a lot easier. Someone who is like participating pretty actively in the like ongoings of like not just what's on our server, but what's happening on the game. and like maybe figuring out ways to like advertise our server on different servers, etc., etc. Another one that I can think of is event admins. So that's basically where you have uh, administration perms on the server to host special like tournaments or like games, etc., etc., that people can participate in to increase players getting on the server outside of major wars happening and stuff like that.
So, community manager, event admin, you said?
Yeah, event organizer, admin,
Organizer. Okay.
basically
And
synonym.
well, I don't want this to be too far into specifically like PB, but I will just use this preface that a lot of people have criticized PB for being heavy on events, organized outside of the server itself. What kind of events should be kind of organized and kind of consistently done on servers like these? Well, I guess I'll just leave it there. Like, what kind of events should an event admin be doing, or is it like maybe a theme or something like that?
Um, hmm. I think Fergus can probably comment on this more than I can,
Okay.
and Zoinks probably can too. However, from my perspective, it depends on the like current like player activity on the server. So if you have people that are playing constantly, you don't really have a big need for special things going on. Which isn't to say that you shouldn't do it. Period. Like the like occasional like tournament, like a like joust tournament or like a like duel tournament is nice. Maybe the occasional um find a certain item on the map that I've hid.
Oh,
Uh,
scavenger hunt.
yep, maybe hide and seek or something,
Okay.
etc., etc. I think it really depends on how active the server is, and probably if you're looking to attract more people to the server. So if you just want to have like a certain player range that you're looking for, maybe scale it to that. Or if you want more people in general, probably host more. But you should probably dedicate that to things to do in the off time, because this mod has a tendency to uh, attract people during wartime.
Okay. So it should be planned for like unexpected times where people non-peak hours basically, and it should
Yeah,
be if
not very
you're
serialized,
not serialized. Okay. And
more like episodic.
maybe even so in general, like specifically tailored. Basically, these aren't like events that you're running like on a calendar or a schedule. These are like events that a certain community leader would think would be good for people to enjoy the game more.
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay. Mr. Zoinks, did you have anything to add?
I was just gonna say quickly that I sort of saw the server events as like mini games per se. Like Gavin basically touched on this already. Like not during peak hours, nothing that's gonna like interrupt the pace of the server, but just something like small things here or there that take no more than 10 or 15 minutes just to like spice up the server and give the players something new other than the same old playstyle.
Can I add onto that very fast?
Of course.
Yeah.
That's a very good point that I want to like better word. So it's very important to not interrupt like organic things that are happening in the server. So if there's like a player driven like storyline that's going on, you don't want to host a random duel tournament during that. You want to promote the players doing something that they think is cool.
Okay, that is a very good point. There's no need to, if there's already something going on, to obey the schedule over the server. Makes sense.
One
Okay.
thing too that I would say with that is like there's like they're saying is like there's different kinds of events and there's also different durations for the event. So
Yes.
whenever
Yep.
you say have like a planned event, that could be something like a wedding that is admin sponsored, that is set to happen on a particular day that we all know is going to end up turning into a red wedding. But no one, like the admin team is like, no, it's not. We're gonna make sure it's not a red wedding. But then everybody who's participating knows that it's gonna be a red wedding, and you're just essentially waiting for the powder keg to light. But then, so in my opinion, a lot of these events that happen should be up to the kind of creativity of the admins who are on at the time or the event admin who is on. We tried doing, I think, some dedicated event admins, but oftentimes they either weren't able to be available all that much, or the tools that they had at the time weren't good enough in order to allow them to do what they wanted to do. So oftentimes it would just kind of fall onto like the normal admins, which that's kind of what it's been in the past anyways. It's just an admin is on during kind of a lull time. They're bored. Everyone else is bored. Let's host the duel tournament. Or the admin's bored and there's like 10 people on, or there's 50, 20 people on, and let's do a random like find where I'm hiding, or come kill me on this courser, or this or that. And it's just small rewards. Or the big thing too that I feel like was like a big thing that a lot of players liked was like certain items that aren't on the map. So the big thing back in like PW days was like a carrot. If someone was able to walk around with a carrot, that like they got it from some admin event or whatever, and then that carrot would be passed around from person to person as that player died. And so then it kind of became this thing that like people were able to kind of fight over, and it almost was like this 5-minute event to where someone won a carrot from an event now turns into a somebody has a target on their back, and they're now kind of having people who are trying to rob them or trying to interact with them or trying to barter for the carrot or this or that. And so there's a lot of examples I feel like of that sort of low stakes like events to where you give like a prize that doesn't really impact the gameplay per se, but it does cause for more interactions later on. So I feel like those are the best kind of events that someone can have. Is you have a 5-10 minute interaction with an admin, and now you have some item or something that allows you to kind of further progress your own interactions separately later on. But then, like I said, there's also those like bigger scale of events to where you have like a wedding that's admin sponsored, or a duel that's admin sponsored, or something like that. But at the end of the day, a lot of these events should theoretically be done by players themselves. And we did have multiple instances where a faction would host a dueling tournament, or a faction would host a wedding, or they would host whatever it was, like we even had like a what's it called, like a talent show I think at one point, and we had like a concert at one point. And so things like that, the best events in my opinion are ones that are player driven but can be admin sponsored or admin monitored. For anyone who's trying to like go into that event and like ruin it, you can kind of have an admin who's on standby to stop that person or to teleport someone back who maybe gets RDM during that event. But like Zoinks and Gavin said, some of those other like lull times, that's when more of an event admin or an admin would be able to kind of create their own events, but it should be kind of catered to what the kind of player count at that time, and then also, like they said, the sort of storyline that's going on at the time, whether or not people are already in a war, or they're already like doing their own like RP sort of interactions. Like, you shouldn't really do an event to just because you're bored if other players on the server are able to find fun with the people who are around.
Okay, so it's prioritization of the story that the players are making, and the events are supposed to be like an injection, like a Kickstarter if it gets kind of too quiet. Would you say that's
in a sense, yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, aside from events, that is actually a very good elaboration, because that I haven't heard events described like that in very many places, so that helps a lot. Mr. Fergus, you have some notes on your box, and I've been trying to keep it a little bit of a tease from the audience, but I'm wondering, should we zoom in and talk about these notes that you've taken, or a particular one? I can zoom in on a particular one if you want to save the rest.
No, I mean we can talk about all of them in general. I feel like this is kind of from some of our, pre live stream conversations about sort of what goes into making a server and sort of what qualities people need in order to be a part of a server or to own a server. So my biggest thing that I tried to advocate for whenever I was an SO, and as a player in general, a lot of people this day and age weren't around for the corrupt server owners of PW past.
Oh,
there were different times where there were different server owners who would take a boatload of donations or would run a server for a little while, collect donations, and then dip and just leave the player base out to dry. And like I said, also kind of in the beginning too, is at the beginning, or I guess for PW, you used to have to pay for scripts in order to even have basic functionality for banking systems, player saving systems, admin scripts, this and that. You used to have to pay for that as well. So there was a lot of what went into being a server owner was very money based, and so I tried to the best of my ability, take the monetary aspect of it out of hosting a server or owning a server and focus on the community. Every time that I, would try and make decisions for the server or make decisions for the community, it was always, in my opinion, the community's best interest. Now, other people would disagree, and there, were many times where I would argue with people, or different, clan leaders or different, members of the community. I would argue with them about the direction the server was going or about what the sort of intentions of the server was, but it always was with, if no one donates to the server will continue. I'm not going to hold the player count, or I'm not going to hold the player's ransom asking for donations. I'm intentionally, however much money I'm paying for the server, I'm intending on paying that amount regardless of whether or not someone donates, so long as people still play the server. So for I think for over a year, I was essentially paying for the server kind of out of pocket. There was, a couple donations that would come in here and there. But for the most part, and even I think towards the end, I just completely shut off donations so that no one could, waste their money on, contributing to the server. Even though, the server was still going, I didn't want people to feel as if they had to pay for the server to be up. And I also didn't want to introduce the whole you owe me sort of mantra to it as well. So I feel like once you start having money be a part of the equation of why you're running a server, and what sort of benefits you give to people who are donators, Terror Worlds has their own policies about what they do or don't allow for monetizations with servers. And I didn't want to risk the server getting blacklisted by giving any sort of special treatment to anybody who donated outside of maybe a donator role in the Discord that would give them access to one separate channel that they could more so directly talk to us. But at the end of the day, there was maybe only a handful of people who ever got that role, and for the most part, it was mostly just if someone donated, I'd be like, "Thank you for your support," we appreciate it, and that would be kind of the end of it. I didn't want anyone to get special treatment. I didn't want someone to think that they could get special treatment. There were multiple times where there'd be somebody who would ask, hey, if I donate X amount of money, can I be co-server owner? Or hey, if I donate X amount of money, can I get this much gold in game? Can I get this special treatment? Or can I get this or that, or yada yada yada? And I never wanted it to be about money. And so that was my big sort of reason why I wanted to be the server owner, and why I said no to all of those, offers. And at one point, someone even offered to buy out the Discord so that they could essentially be the server owner, but then I would run the server essentially. And I said no to that. I was like, I'd rather let the server die than for you to pay me for this Discord. which it eventually did. But so that's, I feel like, what needs to go. So not only, one, does the server owner need to have the means to support the server without the community's financial support. Not to say that like you shouldn't have a server owner who is open to taking donations, because I was paying like over $200 a month for the server at one point, or well, I guess for the majority of it, and so not everybody is in a position to where they can support that amount of money to host the server. And granted, I was definitely getting a beefier server than I maybe needed. Okay. So there's definitely cheaper options out there. But overall, like, I don't think that someone shouldn't accept donations as a server owner, but they should not be doing it expecting that financial support, and they should definitely not be giving any sort of special treatment to those who donate, outside of maybe, like I said, like a Discord role or thanks, or some sort of thing that is non-impactful to the game itself. Like, someone shouldn't be able to buy their way out of a ban. Someone shouldn't be able to buy their way into items in the game. Someone, whatever else it is, like whatever benefit they get should be outside of the game and should be non-impactful to their ability to play the server. Is, I feel like, what goes into kind of an SO. And then also kind of going into the far right box there with the background. I feel like, at least in my opinion, I've seen multiple server owners who were just somebody who had money but didn't have any sort of willingness to compromise with the community, didn't have a willingness to talk to the community, didn't have a willingness to work with the community to build a better server. So not only should they, have the means to host the server, but they should also kind of have a background in either managing a community, being a leader in some capacity, whether it's a clan leader, whether it's a community leader, whether it's, leads something in real life. Like, they should have that sort of leadership quality in some regard in order to make a good, like, server owner, in my opinion. Because at the end of the day, if you're just someone who is essentially paying for the server, but you still have, all the power in the world, then you're just going to be seen as sort of a, like, benefactor who is exempt from the rules and is able to kind of do whatever they want. And that's usually what ends up happening, right? Is a lot of these sort of past corrupt server owners, they would pay for the server, they would admin on the server, and then they would break their own rules. They would, RDM people when they felt like it. They would spawn stuff in when they felt like it. And just this and that. So a lot of it boils down to, again, not being a server owner who doesn't do it for the monetary value. They do it for the community. A server owner who is not going to abuse the players or the rules that they have. And then they should also, be willing to work with the community to push it forward, rather than be, like, hard on their beliefs. Like, there were many times where I had certain beliefs on something, and then I would have a conversation with Zoinks, or I'd have a conversation with Gavin, or I'd have a conversation with some clan leaders, and they would change my mind. I was willing to change my mind if someone gave me good enough reasons why I should. And that's not to say that I, changed my mind for everything, but if someone gave me a good enough argument, I was willing to hear it, and I was willing to change my mind, rather than just being a tyrant. Which I feel like we've seen in previous server owners. So that's, at least, I feel like, what kind of goes into making a good SO.
Okay.
And then, yeah, so I guess I'll let you, speak now if you have any further
Well,
questions
I
on that.
only wanted to ask you, in terms of the, without putting, like, too fine a point on it, is server owning, at least on the financial side, or, like, say, me and a couple buddies from real life can, who play this together, can put together some money. Is this, like, is it big bucks, or is this just something that, you just go out to eat less and you can afford it? Would you give a range of maybe the monthly cost, the monthly upkeep, including, like, if you had to pay any people outside of these scripts and these individual coding pieces that you had to buy, just the server itself? What is the kind of range on that?
Just the server itself, I think I was paying anywhere from like $220 to like $250. I forget exactly what the amount was, but it was somewhere within that range. But that again was for a server that could have hosted probably 2,000 slot PW servers, or sorry, PE servers. Someone does not need that beefy of a computer. I also had one that was like top of the line as far as like components. It also was a dedicated server. Usually, if you get like a virtual server, those are cheaper. I've seen multiple people who they can do a server for $100 or less, and it also depends on like what size player count you want. Like we were wanting to try and max out on what Terra Worlds would allow us, which I think at the time was 1,000 players. In past servers for like Warband, max that you could have was I think like 200, 250 if you scripted it out. So you needed a lot less beefy of a computer. Now, granted, with Bannerlord, you need a little bit beefier computer because it's modern age. But I would say someone could do it for anywhere from probably like, again, depending on server count. If you wanted like say 300 players, you could probably do anywhere from like $20 to $75. But if you wanted to do like more than 300 players, probably somewhere between like 50 and 100, I would say would be like the lower end. But then again, you can go up higher if you want better performance. Okay. What I did was I definitely went for the higher end because I didn't want the server components to be the limiting factor, because then if it was a limiting factor, then we'd have to do a whole like server migration, and I didn't want to have to put people through that and have sort of downtime. I wanted to allow us the ability to grow if need be. So that at least is how much I paid, was anywhere from like $220 to like $250 a month. And we didn't pay anybody else outside of server costs. There was no additional costs outside of the server, at least in the beginning. There was a period of time to where the PE devs had server owners like essentially subscribe to their Patreon at a certain tier in order to be able to get a key in order to like host a server. That only happened for like a couple of months before they just open sourced it and made it to where anyone can make a server. So that's no longer the case. But just server costs alone, $220 to $250.
And that was
for me at least.
What you were doing.
Yeah,
that's pretty beefy. I don't know if cutting down your nights on fancy restaurants is gonna cover that, but I know that some people, if you had a dedicated few or a people who you worked with or you went to do real life stuff with, it's a reasonable amount to put together, and that can host. From what you're saying, it's can host a decent amount of people for a consistent amount of time, and if you want to shell out some extra money, it ends up unlocking a lot more for you. It sounds like you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we theoretically could have hosted 2,000 slot servers, which we don't have enough people who would be able to fill that server. So, and I mean, even whenever we reached our max of going over, 750 people, whenever Admin Gold came around, the mod / Terra World servers themselves could not handle that many players. So I think the actual cap that we could have had was 750 players, which, again, if we were to, make multiple servers, we could have had probably 3 750 slot servers. But again, there's not that many players to be able to fill those servers. So what I had was definitely overkill, and someone could definitely get away with a lot less. And I've seen people get away with a lot less. I've helped a couple other people in the community, I think prior to PE, that I helped them set up their servers, and their server costs were significantly less than mine. But again, they were doing more virtual machines rather than dedicated, and they also weren't kind of, going for the highest option.
Okay. So, in general, when it comes to the purchasing of servers and I guess the continuing purchasing of the hosting, do you get what you pay for? It's like kind of worth the value in terms of like the dollar value?
I would say so. Just because I feel like it was the performance of the server was never like hardware based. It was always either the mod had some bug in it that was causing like lag, or the or Terra Worlds itself could not support like multiplayer. Like that was the constant battle that we had, and also kind of what I have in that like middle bottom box is dealing with bugs from the modding games. That was a big reason why I feel like we lost a lot of players, was there was different periods of time where either the mod or the game itself could not support the amount of players who were wanting to play. And once you got above a certain player count, or there was a bug at one point to where anytime someone joined the server, it would lag for a couple of seconds. Like those sorts of bugs and those sorts of issues like kill the experience for people and make them not wanting to come back, or not wanting, or having them not want to come back until it's fixed, which in our case it took, I think, like a month or two before that bug with, you know, joining the server causing lag eventually got fixed.
Or us getting DDoSed, just to add to the things that caused.
Well, DDoS, we had very robust DDoS protection. It was usually not. It never actually ever affected us. It was always mod issues that would cause problems. But yes, DDoSing in general is a major issue for less robust servers. Which that's where, like, if you're paying less for a server, or you're not a part of a data center, DDoSing can and will affect you a lot more.
Okay.
We also had our backend DDoSed a couple of times, like the backend server that hosted all of the server logs.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
And
which that was hosted by the PE devs. Sorry, what?
When I guess for people who aren't like very technically experienced, what is a DDoS? That's like is that a specific type of hacking? Or?
Yeah, well, it stands for, I think, direct denial of service or something like that, and it essentially is somebody will send a bunch of packages to a server. So, right, if you say open up a tab in your Chrome and you just keep opening up a new tab, eventually you're going to brick your computer because you're just overloading the CPU on your computer. So imagine that, though, but it's you sending what are called packages to a server. So you're essentially just continuously sending data from one server to another, and that target server gets overwhelmed because it can't handle the amount of data that's being sent to it, and so it'll spike up the CPU. It'll cause the ping to spike. It might even cause the server to crash. So that's what a DDoS attack is. Which I will say that DDoSing was not as prevalent in PE as it was in the older versions of the mod. So back in Warband, DDoSing was the primary method that one server owner would use to snuff out another server owner. Like, say that there was a competing server that would come up. More often than not, the main server would DDoS the new server and prevent them from ever being able to get off the ground. So luckily that has not been as big of an issue in the PE/Bannerlord world, but it still can and will in the future continue being an issue because people, don't like someone doing something, so they're gonna try and take away their ability to do it.
That's a very common story. Okay, so let's see. Gavin, I haven't heard your voice in a while. Do you have any notes on this?
Fergus was way better to deal with server backend and server owning, so I'm much more tailored towards like adminning.
The adminning,
and
okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Zoinks, did you have any points on this before we get to the other sticky notes?
No.
All right. Why don't we finish this off? Go ahead, Fergus. If there's any other things, or if you wanted to, I guess. Well, I don't know if this whole section is summarizable.
Well, I guess in the main bit is going to be that like top center one, which I think kind of goes into what we were originally talking about before we started, was kind of the steps that go into making a server and sort of some of the decisions that you have to make. So, first it starts with you decide to make a server. So, someone has to have the will and the means to start a server, as we kind of talked about with what it kind of goes into to even hosting a server. Then you have to kind of decide what kind of server you would want to make, whether it's an RP-based server, whether it's a normal server, whether it's a sort of, anarchy server. Each of these have been tried over the years. Some RP servers have been more successful than others. Some normal servers have been more successful than others. And there's been a couple of times where there's been some anarchy servers that usually are fun for a while but don't last too long from what I've seen. Usually at the tail end of a server's life cycle, they'll switch to anarchy, and then that's usually whenever things eventually die out. So I would say, at least in my opinion, the two main types of servers are RP-based servers, so roleplay, and then normal servers, which is what we hosted. We hosted a more normal server, which is centered around like war and sort of normal player interactions, to where you're not forced to RP with people, and you're not forced to come up with like a player sheet or a backstory, or there's no whitelisting and things like that. But each type of server, I feel, has their place. Like, I definitely played a part of some RP servers and I enjoyed them. I played more so normal servers and enjoyed them. But you have to kind of decide what avenue you want to go, because it's going to really dictate the direction of the server and also the rules that you put in place. Because, right, with an RP server, the rules are going to be a lot more stringent, and there's going to be a lot less that a player can do. In terms of just like someone wants to walk up to somebody and kill somebody, or someone wants to walk up and halt somebody, there's going to be a lot more rules around that interaction on an RP server versus a normal server. But usually the clientele, as far as what players are actually on the server, are going to differ, because I've definitely seen a lot of RP servers that they only have a handful of admins who are on, but they're a lot more well behaved. Like, the players are a lot more well behaved because they know that it's an RP server. They get into that sort of RP mindset, and then they're able to play out their role play fantasy as a medieval person or whatever. Whereas a normal server, there's a lot more room for loopholing, as we kind of talked about earlier. Then the big thing too is collecting an admin team. I feel like, to give a bit of context, we used to use websites and we used to use forums on a website in order to handle all of our unban appeals, our what's it called? The sort of like tickets that people would make, like the reports that the player reports that someone would make, the admin reports that someone would make, where the rules were posted. There was no Discord back whenever I guess there was Discord, but it was still new at that point. Whenever we were back on sort of the Warband days. So originally we used to do everything through a website rather than doing it through a ticket system or through Discord or whatever else. So there didn't used to be as much of a need for a large or robust admin team. You still needed an admin team back in the day, but you have to think about it in the context of back in like 2014 up until essentially Bannerlord, the maximum amount of players that you would have on a server was 200. And NA, at least from my personal experience, we never saw more than probably 140, 160 players at some of the peaks. And a lot of those even weren't on like my server that I had for NA Eden. A lot of those were on servers hosted by Clarky or hosted by Gadiz. They were some of the NA server owners who saw some of the peak player counts back in the Warband days. So think about it in that context. Like, right, you have at most, whenever people are on for war, would have at most 150, 160 players. Take that now to whenever you had like, what's it called? Persistent Empires. We had at our peak over 750 players. So imagine, you have an admin team of say 5 people that normally could have handled the old amount of players who would be on a server. You now need like quadruple or just an insane amount of admins in order to handle the amount of players that are on, because the admin to player ratio is just going to be so low. And with that increased player count, you also get a lot more rule breakers. You get a lot more newer people who don't understand the rules. You get a lot more just questions in general, and tickets and situations that are happening. So having a good admin team is, I feel like, at least in this day and age, is very crucial to the success of a server, because as Zoinks and I think Gavin said originally, it's like once the players lose trust in the admin team, that's usually when things get even more chaotic than they were previously. So you have to have a good admin team that has a good head on the shoulders and is able to make good decisions, because if you don't have that, then it's just going to turn into an anarchy server that can only last for so long. So before you even start before even you get to day one of a server launching, you have to have a admin team that you trust and an admin team that is competent. Usually, from my experience, admin teams are sort of passed around from server to server. So usually, whenever one NA server dies and a new one pops up, the good admin team or the good admins from one server moves over to the other if they want to. And then, they kind of keep on going. I know that happened with me. I would bounce from whatever server to server back whenever I was an admin, and would oftentimes, apply and would kind of rise to the ranks or whatever to kind of help out as I could. So there's that. And then, after that, making of the rules. So then kind of deciding whether or not you take the copy paste of every single previous NA rule book and you just that's your rule set, or do you make changes to it? A lot of the times, like we've kind of talked about in the beginning there, you have to kind of make that determination of how detailed you want to be and how much you want to limit the player for certain, bad behavior, or are you going to just let it be in the spirit of the rules? So that's another, kind of determination someone needs to make. And then, of course, advertise. So once you get to the point where you're about to launch the server, you have to then get people to know that your server is even going to exist. The way that we did that for ours a lot of the time was by kind of going to the different key people in the community, whether it's clan leaders, whether it's pub leaders, whether it's, people who talk to a lot of different, persistent empire people. Just anyone who's in the community who can spread the word. That was the main way that we would kind of get out there, like, hey, we have a server coming up. Hey, this is what we're thinking of doing. What do you think about it? Hey, send this invite to everybody in your Discord and let them join the Discord. There have been other attempts of doing advertising on, say, the Tail Worlds forums or other Reddit boards and stuff like that, but usually they're not as effective as just essentially sharing around the link to people in a clan Discord, because that's how I feel like we've been able to reach the most people. Because even the people who are in the clan, they'll have other friends who maybe aren't in the clan but they play with separately that will kind of invite them in, and then they might either join that clan or they might join a different clan or whatever. So making sure to advertise. And then once you actually get the server up and running, now you have to start dealing with the players. So how do you handle players? As we mentioned before, we originally had a forum-based sort of punishment, or a way of dealing with player reports or admin reports. That then in PE got switched over to instead being a ticket system. So in Discord, you would submit a ticket. An admin would be able to see said ticket, would be able to claim said ticket, would then be able to work said ticket, and everything would be in that sort of ticket. And then once the ticket is closed, it would get put to a logging channel, and so everyone would be able to have visibility on that. And so just it's essentially kind of deciding how you want to handle reports from players, how you want to deal with said players who are rule breaking. The way that I think we mentioned before, we came up with a punishment matrix. So you break said rule one time, you get this punishment. You break rule 2 times, you get this punishment, and so on and so forth until you get to essentially a perm ban would be the maximum punishment. So once you kind of understand how you're going to punish players and you're going to deal with players, you then have to have new and balanced maps. That was, I feel like, one of the big pain points that we had throughout our entire situation was we did not have enough maps that were in our map pool that players enjoyed for us to be able to switch between. Because essentially, right, you would have the one good map that everybody knows and likes. It's balanced, people enjoy it, it's good. That can only last for so long before people start getting bored of playing on the same map. So we would try to rotate in new maps as new maps would come out, but the issue with Bannerlord is maps take significantly longer to make in Bannerlord than they did in PW, because you have a lot more props, you have a lot more editor tools, you have a lot more things that you have to consider in order to make a map. And then even after you've made the map, is the map balanced? And so then we kind of had, play that sort of tightrope game of, do we put up a new map, try it out, and then make edits to it as we go? Or do we maybe do an event on that map to have a couple of sieges so that people can kind of find these issues ahead of time? So just having a nice map pool, like, I mean, I don't think that people need, like 15 maps at their disposal. Ideally, you would have, I'd say, probably 4 to 6 maps that are solid maps that you can switch between, maybe with a couple of new ones sprinkled in here or there to kind of try out. But being willing to kind of switch maps at a kind of set interval. I think for us, we would do it anywhere from like 2 to 6 weeks. I think was our general time frame that we would do it. I think more often than not, it would kind of hover around essentially every month. We would change maps, because the big issue too with changing maps is that it wipes a lot of the progression that people had. So right, you upgrading your keep, you upgrading your stockpile, you upgrading your markets, like everything else like that. That gets wiped upon map reset, which that's a big hindrance to a lot of people. And so that was another kind of consideration. And then, like I had kind of said before, just being willing to talk to the players and make change, because your first iteration of a server is not going to be your last, and so you should be willing to talk to people and be willing to change your mind about things if someone presents you with a good enough argument that makes sense and will benefit the community. And again, like I said, with all of the server owner stuff, like, you should be doing everything with the intention of pushing the community forward as much as possible. So every decision that you make should be centered around what is best for the community, what is going to lift up the community, what is going to make the community better, and less about what your individual wants or needs are.
All right, I'm taking some good notes here. Mr. Zoinks, if you have any additions to what was said, or any special considerations on that topic, I'd like to hear them.
No, I don't really have anything to add to what Fergus said.
All right, Mr. Gavin, do you have anything to
add? Once more, I'm not really a server owner, but I am very familiar with the process of like setting up a server's structure.
Mm-hmm.
I think once Fergus goes out like over his notes, I think I'd like to add a few points onto the structure of a server. But I think Fergus provides a pretty good insight from a server owner perspective.
Okay. Well, I guess we. Oh my goodness, there's some notes here. Very nice. Is there anything else from this side? Actually, I'll ask you, because I was taking notes while you were talking on these points. Are these notes kind of accurate, or would you kind of shift my thinking in a different direction? Are any of the, or are these like just good summaries?
I would say so. Your far left ones here of the server owning and money making should be separated. Yes, that's true. Special treatment, also true. This, is just kind of a stat from what I paid. I would say the interchangeable, that is also true. There have been servers that have tried to do part RP, part normal, but I feel like the player base that each server brings clash. We definitely had people on our server who wanted to RP more than the rest of the people did. And that caused a lot of headache. And so I will say that if you can keep them separate, it's usually better, because the same way that EU players don't usually mesh with NA, same goes for RP and normal. They usually don't mesh well. It's nice to have someone who is willing to do some like RP and kind of have those RP interactions on a normal server. Like I had kind of mentioned with some of the pub leaders. Like, pub leaders are great on a normal server because they're able to kind of break up things and kind of almost provide some of those more organic events that we were talking about. But overall, if you're going to expect a server to be RP, it should be an RP based server. And if you're expecting more warfare and normal sort of interaction, it should just be on a normal server. Then all banners called, the sharing of the links. So just trying to almost essentially word of mouth, I feel like, is the best way of advertising in this community. So you tell the key people in the community, hey, I'm thinking of doing this, and they will, almost more often than not, will naturally spread it around the community, and you'll hit everybody who are normal players.
Okay.
And then any new players will just, kind of discover it on their own, either through YouTube videos or via friends, the way that I think a lot of us were first introduced to it. And then, don't wipe progression too often. That's a big thing. Because a lot of the times, like some players love, a fresh wipe. Some players hate it. You got to kind of balance between the two of them. And then I guess I'm not really sure what you mean by honesty is mid here.
Was a joke.
Oh, okay.
In the parentheses was a joke. Novelty is the best policy because you said the interest in new maps and having kind of additions to what's there to increase the experiences is important.
Yeah.
So things being new is a good. But you wouldn't say it's the best policy. You would say it's a good policy, maybe.
Wait. What is the best policy?
Like novelty. Like how much should getting.
I would say balance. I would say balance of a map is probably the most important. Because you can have like a not so pretty map or a not so large map, but if it's balanced and people like there's good fights on it, there's good locations on it, then that's what I feel like players care more about than how pretty a map is. Because it's pretty up until the point to where it starts lagging the server and you now hate it because it's too laggy. And then so I would say the last note there of good arguments are to be valued. Yep, and then prioritize player experience. So just trying to drive the community forward as much as possible.
Okay. Good.
And then your notes down here generally very pressing. Yeah, so the bugs and mod is definitely a very pressing issue, and then malicious actors, both with people who are trying to disrupt the community, whether it's someone who is an intentional rule breaker who wastes the time of admins or ruins the experience for other people, or if it is someone who is like quite literally a malicious actor of trying to either gain access to the admin panel or DDoS the server or anything in between. So definitely an issue that people need to be aware of. But no, I think overall, the notes are good for that.
Okay.
Or for this.
So, is there any final additions that you would put on this conversation of like how to make and run a server, or should we get into the structure?
I think that covers everything that I could think of for now.
Okay. And I mean, we can always come back. So if you can, you can always make more sticky notes, copy paste, and stuff like that. Mr. Gavin, why don't we introduce this lovely thing we have here?
Okay. So just to clarify, the question is like how to organize or how to structure a server, right?
Yes, yeah. I'm looking for like literally everything we need. If I was going to write a book about running a multiplayer server, you'd need the chapter on, hosting it like Fergus just gave us. You'd need a chapter on literally how it's put together. You need the larger concepts, the theory of why it's going on, and then you need some even more specific minute details that we're not even thinking about. But this in addition to what Fergus just gave us is going to be very eye-opening for a lot of the people who haven't even like started this conversation with themselves, or maybe people who would like to have this conversation but don't have any of this experience or this knowledge. So I guess take it away.
Okay. So Fergus makes a very, very good point when he started his spiel on the server topic. In order to ask how to structure a server, you need to take a step back and you need to answer what types of servers are there. So if we see these brown little boxes here, there is a serialized / long-term developmental project. There is an episodic developmental project, and then there is a casual server. There are more forms, but this is just for Bannerlord in general. I'm not sure if you want me to specify on just persistent mods or Bannerlord in general.
Let's do Bannerlord in general. I assume
Okay.
that there's a lot of people who are saying that they're working on projects and new things that are coming out, and
Very
a
exciting.
lot of it doesn't have the word persistent in front of it. So I think for the sake of everyone's like psyche, we can separate Bannerlord multiplayer in general from just like persistence, because I think that one has a particular stigma to it at this very second.
Okay. So I made that with this in mind. If there is a server outside of these 3 boxes, I haven't seen it yet. However, starting to describe what these 3 look like. So let's start from the left and go right. Serialized / long-term developmental project. So this is basically what persistent mods are. They are long-term. They have a common theme in mind. They are developmental, so they involve coding and a overarching goal in mind. So as a project, you'll find this to be persistent servers. There are a few like CRPG. I'm not sure if you played that, but that's basically a mod about leveling up a character and leveling up your like chosen equipment and so on. So there are a couple of different forms. So the next type is episodic developmental server. So I'm pretty sure I've seen your stream where you're with KOTF and you're on a event server, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that is exactly what this is. Every, I don't know, Sunday, for an hour and a half, 200 people gather and they follow common rules. And after that 2 hours is done, they have to wait until next Sunday. So episodic is exactly what I said. Developmental, usually these are submods. So people make adjustments to the regular gameplay through coding. And yeah, that is what that server is. And the casual server is something like what Terror Worlds hosts, like team deathmatch servers, and like battle servers, duel servers, etc., which is very self-explanatory. You just hop on and play. So that kind of leads into what the process of a casual server is and its structure. So this is the simplest of these servers where it really is just plug and play. I'm pretty sure in the Bannerlord modding Discord there is documentation to host your own server. So if you just want to host a team deathmatch server that just constantly is up 24/7, you can feel free to do so. And a key takeaway is the barrier of entry is very low for this. All right, moving on to these two, which share some similar properties, but they have key distinctions. So, starting with the first one, style of server and rules. So, a commonality that both of these types have, they both have styles. So, for this one, let's say the style of server you want is a different mod that offers a different style of gameplay outside of the usual like sword and board gameplay. So maybe like a persistent mod where you search for items, etc., and a episodic / event server is more focused on like recreating historical medieval battles, or perhaps like engaging in some sort of like fantasy setting of like maybe like a Warhammer line battle or something like that. That'd be pretty cool if a modder's listening. And also rules. This will influence the style of server, but this is putting pen to paper. So this is putting your intended spirit of what the style of these servers should be into a consumable format that is easy to comprehend. So in order to make sure that both of these styles of servers function, people who participate need to follow common themes of these servers in order to make it more fun. And that's kind of why persistent servers that don't have any rules kind of die off quickly. Everyone has a different preference in mind, and there's no like enforcements of a certain preference. So you can have a couple of people ruin the fun of very many people. And moving on. Oh, I moved my thing up, but that's okay. You have staff / developer communication. So in order to make a functional mod or server, you need effective communication between the staff and the devs. So this is unfortunately a experience I did not have with Persistent Empires, but I assume this is a experience that Persistent Bannerlord has, which makes it it makes it to have a advantage over Persistent Empires. If you convey to the devs what sorts of mechanical implementations you want in a server, that will make the style of the server flow much better. So let's say you only want factions to declare on each other when they are in their own castle, like Persistent Bannerlord has. That is a rule that has been in the Persistent series for a very long time. However, in Persistent Bannerlord, this is the first time we have seen that as a actual like coding implementation. So it's very important to have an open line of communication with staff and developers.
You're saying previously the tradition of declaring from the inside of a clan's castle is just like a gentleman's agreement that was generally followed?
It was written in the rules.
Okay, it was written in the rules. Gotcha.
Yes. You may question, well, this isn't really important for a server where it's up for 2 hours every Sunday, but that's kind of incorrect. It's just as important. So while the coding of a server / mod doesn't need to endure as much stress as say a persistent server that's meant to be up every Sunday, it's just as important to deliver quality. So one of the mods I am a fan of is the Atria mod, where I think they had it to where cavalry used to bump on like 1 damage, and like that would send you to the ground. And I'm fairly certain that they corrected this to reflect like normal values, so you don't get bumped to the ground on 1 damage. It's like 10. I could be misquoting that. However, is that they are very open to feedback to make their things more fun for people. So if they want a weapon that's pretty OP, it's important that staff gathers that and sends that to the devs that are working on the project. And yeah, that basically sums up that portion right there.
Okay.
Next is the admin team and the roles in that team. So on this one, Lami, I kind of need your help to deem what's like appropriate.
Okay.
Because I could go very, very in depth with this. However, I don't want to make Zoinks like wait here for an hour. So, would you want me to do like a brief overview of this? Do you want me to do like a long sort of like long-winded spiel, or do you want me to like combine both?
Okay, what I'll do here is, so I've been taking notes, as you can see. I will prepare some notes. You can, for now, do a just a really quick run through, and I'll take some
Okay.
notes on the things that I want you to elaborate on when we come back. So you can just kind of run through it here, and then finish the rest of the structure, and then we'll have Zoinks put in whatever he has to put in, and then we can come back to this either after that or after another section.
All right, great. Okay, so this is the part where I am deeply familiar with, because I have experience with all three of these kinds of servers, and I have experience with leading a team in like composition for video game music.
Okay.
So the first thing I've sort of learned is democracy at the very top doesn't work. But I'm going to put an asterisk on that. So what I mean by that is there has to be a server owner, from my humble experience. However, this leads into the part where the server owner has to have a particular personality or personality traits that are compatible with what a effective server owner is. So luckily, I am blessed with Fergus right here, who was a blast to like work on this project with, and Zoinks. And so a key or a couple of key personality traits. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this, but key personality traits is you have to walk into every conversation open-minded. This is very important, and this is a personality trait that starts at the top and goes to the bottom. So every part of the admin team needs this trait. Maybe there's a couple roles that you don't need that, like let's see, like event admins. That's not really too important, but that's getting into the minutia. And a secondary trait is this might be a hot take, but you don't want a server owner to be overly participants in their own server. And here's why. So from my experience, from someone who has led projects in the past and even now, there's a reason that a server owner needs an admin team. Because from my experience, I have a problem where I try to take everything upon myself. And yeah, Zoinks, yep. And Profi would know too. So I usually have a problem where I take a brunt of the workload on myself, which is a problem, but for a multitude of reasons. So one, you're gonna get burnt out, especially dealing with a community such as this, which has a bunch of great people, but what the main problem is that it's a clash of cultures. It's not really. You're very hard pressed to find people in this game who are legitimately toxic. What the problem really boils down to is their idea of how to play this game clashes. And that's pretty unfortunate because, from my experience, not a lot of people in this game have communication skills that sort of translate into like a large open space that this game used to have. But a secondary problem is if you are a server owner and you are overly active in your server to the point where you are taking everything upon yourself, you make your admin team frustrated, and this kind of goes from the top down too. So this applies to me and senior admins, which I'll get into in a second. So this makes your people below you very frustrated that they can't do any work. And that's going to lead to problems where people are going to say that you don't delegate enough, which is a fair criticism because why have admins if you don't delegate? And if, once again, if you try to take it all upon yourself, you're going to burn out. And yeah, that's some key personality traits for a server owner. The next in the hierarchy, in my mind, is probably this is where we make a deviation. So there is an admin team, and then there are roles within this admin team. So I'm going to go through the admin ranks, and then I'll go through the admin roles, which are two different things. And I'll get into that once I go over roles. So in an admin team, you need to start with a head admin, or a couple head admins, which is what we did in Persistent Empires, which worked very well. I had wonderful people to work with. These function as they overview the entire staff. They also need the personality traits of the server owner. In my mind, these or people of this rank also can't be too involved, because once again you kind of run into the server owner problem where you're taking everything upon yourself. You're not delegating properly. You're going to cause frustration, and if you do this for too long, people are going to stop like applying to be an admin. And once you get burnt out, you're not going to have anyone to fall back on. Next in line is the senior admins. So this is a role where you are basically a regular file inline admin with elevated trust. So you are responsible for overseeing the work of normal admins and trial admins. You're also responsible for the training of trial admins. Some good personality traits of this role is someone who is very active in the admin team. This kind of functions as a NCO in the army. So you want them to be very involved. You want them to be diligent, which is Fergus kind of made a mistake by putting me as head admin, and I think you too, Zoinks. I recall having a conversation with you and Profi, where I thought you two should be the head admins and I should be a senior admin because I'm just very involved in stuff. But senior admin should be very diligent, and they should be wanting to check on the progress of regular admins to see if they can be someone of their rank, and they should be going through tickets that the normal admins do to make sure that they're doing their work properly.
Okay.
The next in line is the regular admin. So this is the rank and file. These. Well, I should probably take a step back for just a couple seconds, where the head admin, server owner, and senior admins don't really need to make a large presence in the server. One, you don't really see the CEO of Target at the in the store.
Right?
Yeah, he doesn't he's not in the store every single day. He's not stocking the shelves, etc., etc. While the admin, there is a lot more of these. They have they can have different roles, which I'll get into in a moment after I describe training admin. You want these to be pretty involved. Their personalities can they can be pretty broad. Sorry, I'm just thinking of how to go from here. You want admins to preferably be from the player pool that plays the game. Because not only like I should probably put it this way: you can read the rules and like know what they mean, but to actually play in the server on the rules is a different thing. So like I can read about how to climb a mountain, but I don't really know what frostbite feels like, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna be like capable of going under the pressure of climbing a mountain. I can like know all the steps, but to actually like go up there myself, that's a whole different story. And same thing goes here, where you can know the rules, but if you don't know the nuance of the rules, it's pretty difficult to enforce them properly.
That makes a lot of sense.
There has been cases where I've worked with great people where they unfortunately don't have the time to give to the game. So there are cases where that doesn't that's not like 100% truth. However, for the majority case, in my experience, that has been the most effective admin. And then lastly is the trial admin or training admin. These are new additions to the staff team. You aren't given full trust as an admin, so your work will be overseen very often. How we did it in Persistent Empires is they had different permissions. So they didn't have in-game permissions, but they could work on tickets to prove that they know the rules. And then I think for a time we had them be a trial in-game admin too, to like they had to like shadow one of us and like learn the systems that we use to admin in-game. This can also be applied to both sorts of types of servers. Maybe not the exact structures, but the sort of like roles that these people play. Which kind of brings to my next point is the roles. So below server owner, it kind of branches off into two different categories in my mind. So you have the head admins who are responsible for the enforcement of rules and the like cohesion of the staff team. And on the different branch, you have like auxiliary roles. So equal to head admin would be community manager, which I was talking about like about an hour ago now.
Yeah, a while ago. Yeah. I remember.
Yeah. This person is a man of the people. You want them to be very, very, very involved in the player base. This role is responsible for collecting feedback and working with the admin team and the dev team to better the average player experience. Moving down, you will want various roles within the admin team that encompass a few things. So if you're working on a long-term developmental project, you'll want different people keeping track of different things. So we had someone in our admin team who was a senior admin had the role of advertising. We had another one. I can't remember their name, but they were responsible for keeping track of like tickets done. Like there's a like spreadsheet, and they would like correlate like people we thought were loopholing, and they would like list like certain cases that were pretty questionable, and like once in a while if someone gathered a certain amount of like cases, we would like talk about it. And then there's like all sorts of different auxiliary roles in that. Lastly, we have event admins. These would like host tournaments. They would like do like hide and seek. They would do like find this item on the map, etc., etc. Which kind of leads into our conversation previously, where this is actually a less involved role, because we want the player base to make their own sort of storylines, because if you make something, you're a lot more like attached to it. And if we want to promote people getting on the server and there's nothing happening, then they can host a thing if they want. Lastly, this is like the bottom of this sort of hierarchy, which didn't hold any like admin role or like official community role. Fergus mentioned this. I created a role called Tribune of the Plebs. It basically, if there was people in the community that were very like saintly and like went out of their way to teach people the game, etc., etc., I just give them this role, and I'd tell people, hey, if you have questions about the game's like rules or like mechanics and whatnot, you can feel free to ask staff about rules, and you can feel free to ask your fellow player about like how the game works. But these people are pretty nice people. They're very forthcoming, and if you want someone to talk to about something, feel free to reach out to this person. Which oh my god, who is that guy who like spent hours on the server just helping new people? It started with an L. Do you know Zoinks, Fergus?
I know who you're talking about, but I forget the name.
I think his
Yeah, I
name
don't know if he's still in.
was Laddie.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah, that guy was an absolute saint. I don't know where he went to, but definitely if people had questions, I'd direct him to, or I would direct them to him. But yeah, that sort of makes up the admin team and the roles. Did you have any questions or further clarifications?
Not just yet. It was all pretty clear. You went over all the specific things pretty good, and you don't have too many roles. That was a short list. I was wondering how long to make that sticky note, but those aren't a lot of special roles that you needed, which I think is an important thing being said subconsciously.
It's important not to bloat it with bureaucracy, which can be easily done, and I almost did that in the beta, but I had a great person called Profifost that kind of talked me down from that ledge.
Okay.
Which man, we should have got him here too. But yeah, that can be easily done, and you want you want one role to hold multiple powers. So yeah, the
Good,
less
yeah.
cooks in the kitchen, the better.
That does bring a little bit more respect to the individual roles too, because if you're like one of 1,000 admins, then the respect for you kind of declines, more than if you're only one of 3.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So moving on to, I guess, advertising and networking then.
Okay, so this is where these two types of servers branch off. So, advertising versus networking. From my experience, let's start with the long-term servers. So I remember a distinct conversation in the beta of Persistent Empires with the devs. They were deciding if it was time to put the mod on the Steam Workshop, and I saw a few concerns. So first of all, the mod was in a very rough shape, where certain mechanics weren't done, certain like the server was crashing a lot, some scripts didn't work, etc., etc. However, they wanted to advertise the server to get more people on, and then their plan was to make a Patreon because they couldn't work on the mod as much as they could.
Yep. My Discord has malfunctioned. One moment. We currently are running into some technical difficulties. Sit tight. All right, connection to YouTube is still strong. Connection to Wi-Fi is still strong. The site is reconnecting. I believe Discord should be coming back imminently. Thank you for your patience. My apologies. Connection has been re-established, and the audio is now returned to its proper state. I believe the point that we were last on, was on the advertising, and for, I guess, the sake of time, if you'll want to summarize what you said before I crashed, I guess.
Devs wanting to put their mod on the Steam Workshop.
Yeah, so you mentioned that there was a push to put the mod before it was kind of ready. You said it was in a rough state, and they wanted to put it on and include that with a Patreon, and that's where it kind of
Yes.
cut out.
Okay, so I urge you devs to sort of think about this strategically, and they didn't listen to me. So they put it out like about 2 days after, and while we did see an increase in people, we did see a larger increase across different mods once the sale hit. So a big key factor to having a successful long-term server / mod is knowing how to advertise like effectively, I'll say. And this differs from event servers, where it's more about networking than it is about marketing. So what I mean by that is usually on these servers, you will contact clan leaders to get clans to play on these servers, as opposed to these sort of long-term servers where it's a player can come into the server and play, and if they choose to join a clan, that's up to them. If they choose to play by themselves, that's also up to them. Or if they want to form like a bandit group. So these sorts of servers are much more about social networking. You want to have good dispositions towards clan leaders, so you can get their clan to come play. Sometimes you can maybe do like a like open week, so you open up to the server to like the entire Bannerlord scene, so you don't have a password on the server, and like whoever comes can join a line if they want. Well, preferably. So the key difference is being a server owner / lead of this sort of server is much more about individualistic people skills, as opposed to a long-term server is more about marketing / advertising.
Marketing / okay, so that is a good distinction. So I don't know if I worded it correctly, my note on the networking part, but like with the ongoing recurring servers, it's more community interest based, like people consistently bringing people there, whether it's themselves or their friends or their clan. Whereas for the long-term serialized development projects, it's more of a an active effort needed to put that information out there.
Yes, 100%. Because with these sorts of servers right here, you want to prioritize clans coming because they're going to bring the most people, and that's what these sort of servers are like designed for. They're not really designed for people to just come and play. They're designed for certain groups to come and play.
Okay, so they are truly different from the casual server, which is just plug and play. I put on the note on
Yes.
there was pub servers. So the
Yes,
pub servers
exactly.
is very different from this recurring event. Thank you.
Yep. That kind of sums up the distinction here. Is there any questions?
Not from me. I think that's oh well. We did have a Kavata in the audience. Thanks for watching and commenting. They were asking, where does content creation play into this? Do you have a specific place where you think content creation, or a specific role that you think content creation should be playing?
That fits into this sort of category. So part of advertising / networking, this is a shared trait. So content creators want to you want to reach out to them so they can obviously showcase the like good side of your product. How do I word this? Both of these servers want to try to focus on the content creator playing as a player, so they can get more players to come and see that the content creator is having a good time, etc., etc. So they will know that their time on the mod will be similar to this, and that'll encourage more people to come. Did that sort of answer the question?
One
Yes,
thing
it did.
one thing too I'll say with content creators is they have a unique ability to bring in a insane amount of interest, as we saw with Asmongold just
Asmongold, yes.
casually streaming our server. We went from basically about to die to the most population we've ever seen for the next couple of months, until eventually people kind of got tired of it, or there was some new game that came out. But we did also have other content creators that were on the server. I wish I remembered what their names were. Strinzik Steel, he was one, and then there was. Well, those are some of the older ones. I don't know if did they ever actually come on to Bannerlord? I know they were from PW. Oh, did they? Oh, I guess I don't remember them as much. But the one that the one that I'm thinking specifically is that one dude who would always walk around as a peasant, and he had the bowl cut. He actually made some pretty fun videos.
Gaiden.
I forget what his Gaiden. Yeah, he was like the ideal content creator. I feel for us, because he would film his like funny sort of non-war interactions, and he was almost kind of like a PE journalist, I guess. He was like on the front lines, like kind of talking to people, having recording sort of like fun interactions with people. And I feel like content creators have a unique ability to bring in a lot of people to the game. But like Gavin said, like they should be playing kind of as players rather than maybe like an admin who's kind of overwatching the playing happening,
or like a spectator camera.
Yeah, because you're not going to really be as interested in watching or wanting to participate in something if you're just spectating. Whereas with some of these content creators, they were actually in it, and they were having an experience that someone else could have if they joined the server. And then you also have like some of the people from Warband Pass. I forget what his name is. It was like Jam something, a part of EU
Halo.
Lannister. Yeah. He was, I feel like, the big content creator that a lot of people first watched, who were just watching other Warband videos, and then they would see him recording these like huge wars that he was a part of, and also all the other like content that he would do, and he had different like series and whatnot that really, I think, helped bring notoriety to the game and got more people on because they wanted to participate in it. So I think content creators overall, great thing to have for a server. It's not something that you can really artificially do. Not sadly. It's a good thing that you can't artificially do it, but it's just something that you should try to promote where possible. It's like a lot of, I think, some of the stuff that we originally did with some of our rules and other stuff like that was to try and intentionally prevent an environment where someone could not stream the game. Because in the past, there'd be a lot of gamer words that would be said, and that's not the best thing to be having on someone's screen whenever they're streaming. Or the introduction of voice chat, that was a big thing that a lot of I think we initially were against having voice chat enabled because we were afraid of what people would say to someone who's streaming or doing a YouTube video. Luckily, it was not abused as much as we were originally fearing, but some stuff like that can't really be censored. It's harder to have and to kind of foster a content creator who's wanting to be on the server, unless like they kind of do some censoring themselves, or they're just not live streaming.
Yeah, that kind of kills a little bit of the vibe. I know when I started streaming, even if it was to like 5 people, everyone would always tell me like, "Hey, careful! You might want to bleep that out. You might want to have that ready." I never
Yeah.
really I'm not concerned with particular things like that, but I get how, if you're gonna go on a large platform, or if you're going to advertise to a large number of people, um you have to get a common understanding of what is and isn't appropriate for the large community.
Yeah,
So go ahead.
I just wanted to add that content creation is also kind of a double-edged sword, because there are like some content creators that fit their community into a niche, and one of those niches, especially in like RP servers, is sort of messing with the players on the server, or rage baiting.
Very good point.
At like admin,
That's not something I thought of.
yeah, like admin enforcement. I'm not gonna like name drop any of the content we had to deal with, but there were a few in particular where they sort of geared their content on the server around going into castles and messing with people's stocks, and basically some bug abuse. And their videos were popular and people liked the content because it would trigger some of the people on the server, but it's ultimately what we were talking about before, against the spirit of what the server's about.
Yeah. Okay, well that's a good point too. All the bad actors aren't always going to be just players, they'll be influential people too. So that's a good thing to keep in mind. One more, thank you, Kavata, for asking all of these questions. Are there any incentives like gold or whitelist perms in game for content creators? Thinking about incentives may help. Is that something? I have a feeling that y'all particularly would be against that. I think if and previously we were talking about like community owners and like server owners, and relationships with them should not expect or exchange special treatment. And so I think in terms of the what's best for the whole community, incentives, I don't know, do you think all incentives, extra would be bad, or for content creators is there a thing we can carve out?
I mean,
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
no, you go ahead, Fergus.
I was just gonna say, like, there's some situations where, say, like, we can maybe, like, the same way that we would do like a admin sponsored event, to where we maybe give out gold or items for said event. I feel like that's something that would be, maybe okay with doing, because we're not like, there's no, monetary transaction there. It's, we're promoting a server event to where a content creator wants to film a video about, hey, we're going to shoot a wedding, or hey, I'm going to film this like duel tournament or something like that. And I would like it if the admin team could sponsor it and, kind of be security guards or help out with sort of organizing it, or kind of teleporting people over there, things that like the content creator wouldn't, be able to necessarily do themselves. And I think in the past we have, not only just for content creators, but also for clan leaders. Like, clan leaders might want to host a duel tournament, and then they want to be able to give like some special item or some special sword or something like that. So like one-off things like that, I think is fine, but they're kind of going back to the whole, server owner debate of like, you shouldn't be giving money out for people who are donating. You shouldn't be expecting a monetary like return for something that someone does to help your community or help your situation. It should all be out of kind of the goodness of their heart, or rather them wanting to kind of push the community forward. And oftentimes too, with content creators, like, we're not going to ask for a cut of their revenue because they're filming on our server. Like, if they want to make content and they want to monetize said content, then they're welcome to do that, and we aren't going to expect them to give us anything in return. If anything, what they're giving us in return is visibility of the server, and kind of helping push it along to, reach a broader audience, or to just in general have something to do on the server. So in my opinion, there shouldn't be a one-to-one. You're a content creator, so you're going to get X amount of gold. But if said content creator comes to the admin team, or said content creator, in game wants to ask people, hey, I'm thinking of doing this event, or hey, I'm thinking of doing this video idea, would you be willing to help me with it? And I think that something like that is more than fine.
Okay, yeah, so that sounds perfect. Like, for just like a rough example, it'd be like, the admins, or like maybe the lower level admin, something like the average or the training admin could have a channel direct with the content creators maybe, and if you're a content creator, you get a role in a Discord, and you get to talk
We
with
did
the
have
people,
council
plan
chat.
events. Was
Yeah,
that?
one of the things that we had for content creators is we had a special rule to where we had a special channel to where if someone was identified as a content creator, like they make YouTube videos, no matter how many subscribers they had, they could just request the content creator role, and then they would be able to post their videos in a like dedicated chat. So anytime that they had something new going on, a live stream, whatever, they would be able to kind of advertise themselves in our chat with players who could be the people who would want to watch. And same thing too with like I'm all for like if someone wants a content creator role to be able to be in more direct communication with us, then that's more than fine. But I just think that you start getting into murky waters whenever you start offering like a baseline, I guess, incentive for someone to be a content creator on your server. More so with like in-game items and whatnot. Like there shouldn't be you're a content creator, so you get X amount of gold, or you get this item or this kit or whatever. It should be if the content creator needs something for an event, needs something for a video, we will help kind of to the best of our ability, but not in such a way that's gonna ruin the balance of the server.
Okay, so no like mechanical, uh, no physical
A
mechanical
mechanical
buffs.
benefit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good answer. Thank you. So it seems like we're on. I have gotten a few glimpses of the things Zoinks put together. That I'm very excited to look at that. But we have one more section in Gavin's presentation here. Community cultivation. Tell us about that.
All right, so let me look at your stream. Can you zoom out so you have in frame the types of servers? I just want to make a important symbolic
Yes, sir.
distinction with this one. All right, so I did put it like in between, but it kind of looks more like this. Let me remember how to move. It looks more like this. So basically, in order for your server to survive, it has to have a community.
Okay.
So this kind of plays into the style of the server and the rules. So this is like sort of the like last stages of a server, and this kind of determines if it's going to survive or not. So if you have done a good job with community outreach and reasonable like expectations for players and easy to consume rules, etc., good server mechanics, etc., open to feedback, uh, you will eventually cultivate a community. Now, this doesn't have to take form of like 100 people are in Discord every day. However, uh, the longer the server goes on, the more you're going to get to know people. The more certain values are valued, certain traits are valued. The more people will respect each other and the admins, and vice versa. That is also very important. The staff has to respect the people. So this is, as I said before, this is the final step that determines if a server lives or dies. So a common problem is burnout in this game. So people will play the same server every night for the next 3 months. It'll be the greatest thing ever, and then there will be a drought where no one will hop on the server for 5 months. And that has been a common theme for about as long as I've played this franchise, so about a decade now. I'm sure Fergus can comment on that cycle. Every persistent server has gone through this cycle of where it's alive for 3 months and then it dies, and then a new server comes back with new people hosting it, and nothing really changes, and it dies just as quickly, if not quicker. So feasibly going about this, it's kind of hard. it really starts from the top down, where like you have to practice what you preach. A big sort of value of mine is compassion, and I tried to show that in the server. So for about not the entire duration of beta and Crossroads, but a very long time, I played as a commoner doctor, and I just went around the map healing people, not charging anything. And sometimes I play a war, sometimes I wouldn't, but most of the time I'd be just like adminning. So I think if the community sees that the staff and the like even like developers are like taking a active role, they will come to respect the sort of style the server has, and they will also reciprocate the like values that you're showing. Another big problem in this community is toxicity. But before you take that at face value, what I mean by toxicity is a lot of people in this game have a preconceived notion that people are just being toxic just to be toxic. I believe this to be false, and here's why. So,
and you would say people are never toxic just to be toxic? It always has a purpose?
no, that I say the like majority case is people
okay.
not just being. There are obviously people I've come across that are just being toxic just to be toxic, and just to like their fun is to ruin everyone else's fun. That 100% have come across that. However, the majority case is cultures clash a lot, and we really saw this in a map called Bohemia on the. Was it the beta, Fergus, or was this Crossroads?
Bohemia was. I think that might have been either right around the beginning or right after Crossroads, because I think that we were mostly Gopher on beta, and then I think we tried maybe. No, I can't really remember. It was either right before or right after we went live, because I think we tried Bohemia right after Gopher, because that was one of the first maps that was ready.
Okay, so like around this time, certain groups on the server were starting to like become very notorious. So there's two groups who come from different backgrounds. I'm not gonna name names because I'm more interested in talking to people than like about people.
Of course.
But this is what happened. From my perspective, the cultures of these two groups clashed to such a like degree that the problem with their clashing is there was little communication. So basically, what happened was one group style of play didn't align with the other group style of play, so they would retaliate with the style of play that the other group that this group thought the other group wanted, but it was actually like amplified. So this would lead to a sort of toxicity cycle. And this is my like observations from like the tickets that happened and like the situations that I had to like navigate.
Okay.
And what I saw in game as a player. So basically.
And I'm sorry, but to cut you off, would you? I have a note here. The definition of toxicity. Would you want to give a definition before or after what you're about to say?
I'll give it right now.
Okay. Write it down for the audience.
There's a difference between toxicity and perceived toxicity in this game, in my opinion. So toxicity is, well, it's pretty simple in my mind. I'm struggling to put it to words because like it's so like I have like a intellectual like understanding of it.
Okay.
But toxicity is basically flaming, molding at people just to flame or maul at people, not really interested in getting like a perspective of the other person. You're just like draining the fun of the other party. And perceived toxicity for this sort of like example I'm trying to give is very much cultures clashing. And what I mean by that is people come from different backgrounds, so they come to this game and they see this this new mod / server come out, and what happens is people who played the previous franchise know how this sort of mod goes, but of course, not everything was perfect in the past, so the admins wanted to make improvements on the like rules and like the sort of style we want the server to do. So we try to reflect that in the rules, but this certain group, there was a failure in communication trying to get that across. And a different group comes around who interprets this mostly correct, sometimes misinformed. It varies from case to case, to person, and they practice a different type of perceived rules as opposed to the different group. So really, this comes as a culture clash. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. So there is a common pattern of, preferences that are not compatible, that are irreconcilable, and that results sometimes in, anger or negative interaction, but that's not specifically toxicity. Um, Specific toxicity is, you say, the escalation of negativity, which is intent on decreasing fun for other people. Would you say that's a good
Yeah.
definition?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Good. So I guess if you want to,
Where was I before?
You were talking about, let's see. Somebody save me here.
I'm pretty sure I was on culture clashing.
Yes.
So about culture clashing, it's basically what I said in your definitions. So two groups come from different backgrounds, and it causes toxicity because there is a breakdown in the communication between certain groups. And no one's really at fault, I'm gonna be honest. Well, let me rephrase, because that's like a positive psychology sort of humanistic approach. So like everyone has their role to play if something goes wrong, if there's like a failure in communication, but it's really tricky to pin blame on people because that person can easily say, well, the next 10 people aren't doing that, so why should I do it?
Precisely.
Brilliant point. That's pretty hard to go against. However, I will segue a little bit in a problem with this game is toxicity. So what I mean by that is there are certain communities where either competitive scenes or things like events mostly, and certain groups within the long-term servers, there is actually toxicity. And just as I was giving my example on if these 10 people aren't doing that, then why should I do this? Here's something that we need to like understand. So no snowflake thinks it's responsible for the avalanche. Yes. So what I mean by that is if someone is flaming someone in a competitive setting, let's say it's like skirmish and it's like 6v6, right? And it's like very small teams, but you need voice comms for this sort of game mode.
Mm-hmm.
If someone flames someone for either dying first, doing bad, whatever, and if just one person out of the 5 people in that, or 4 people in that channel, because one is the person who is saying that to that person, and the other person is the person on the receiving end, if just one of those 4 people say, hey man, that guy's just trying his best, can you just give him a break? And then it doesn't matter what the person who's being toxic says. He can say like F you, or like I don't care what you have to say, or like that guy actually deserves worse than what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. But if that guy cues the next time, and then one of the 4 people in that channel say the same thing, it kind of reinforces this idea of like, I guarantee you, after 5 people say that exact same thing in this sort of situation, that person who is being toxic is going to second guess being toxic. And maybe if it happens like 10 more times, that person is very likely to just keep their mouth shut. So this kind of goes back to no snowflake thinks it's responsible for the collapse. So a key takeaway is like, you really need to not enforce, but you need to support healthy communication within your community as a base value for what sort of community you're cultivating. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes a lot of sense.
It is a very important trait, and that is the basis for whichever traits that you want to cultivate. And yeah, that's my spiel for that.
Good. And now that's a very, I think I haven't had anyone ever in this whole community define toxicity. Well, in more than just like a 1 or 2 sentence answer. But that was a good answer, backed up by experience and credibility and example. And it's a good highlighting of that concept of um, cultivating the attitude that you want to perpetuate, right? 'Cause that's active encouragement. That's some would say censorship, right? You use previously the term tribunus plebis, or
Tribune
tribune
of
of the
the
plebs.
plebs, but
Yep.
yes, that's a synonym.
And another Roman role in society was the censor, who maybe
Ah, yes.
unknowingly, but very importantly, went around and said, hey, you can't do that. That's against the social rules. And it wasn't written down anywhere, but you knew that, like, yeah, let's bend the rules a little bit. The censor's like, nah, bro, come on. And this is all like within, well, I won't go too much into it, but censoring is important when people are saying dumb shit. That's
Can I add on to that?
yes, please.
Just like 2 sentences. So this kind of contradicts like my like compassionate like values, and at the same time, no snowflake thinks it's responsible for the collapse. So sure, admins have a role to play to root out the bad apples. Same with Terror Worlds, which we can see where that's gotten us. Event organizers too.
Okay.
However, you are responsible too. If you experience something happening, it only takes 5 words. Hey man, that guy tried his best. Can we just play the game?
Yeah, I'd say that's the best response to it in general. It's whenever someone is, I've noticed that whenever someone is being toxic, it's the same thing as like when a child doesn't get his way and he just talks, he yaps and yaps about, oh, I wanted that, I really wanted that, I'm so sad that I didn't get that. It's like you're not actually saying anything. So redirection is a good way to deal with that. But I won't put that as a note on your section because I'll put that as a note on mine. All right.
Okay.
Any final notes on this before we move on to Mr. Zoinks' fantastically laid out presentation. This is interesting.
I am very excited for Zoinks' presentation. If any of you had questions for me, I'd love to answer that, but I'd love to get to Zoinks.
One thing I wanted to add that I don't think that we mentioned before, which is something that we did that can, if implemented, can have mixed success. I would say we saw success with it. We also saw some pain points with it. But one thing that we did as a way of trying to foster better communication with the community and others is we had what was called a council chat. So the council chat within our sort of Discord was made up primarily of clan leaders and clan representatives. So whenever there was a need for us to essentially get the opinion of clan leaders, or we saw them more as the sort of community leaders because, right, they are leading hundreds of different people who are under their banner. For some of them, and then some of them are lesser, but as far as numbers, but all of them are critical pieces of what made up our server, because the majority of people who played on the server are either in a clan or affiliated with a clan. And as we had kind of mentioned before, of sort of the grassroots, like word of mouth advertising that we would do of, hey, this thing's coming up, let your clan know. By essentially saying that to a group of 20 or less people, we now are reaching thousands of people that either maybe aren't in our Discord, or maybe aren't looking at our Discord, or don't care about our Discord. So by having that council chat, it was a way of having a sort of direct line of communication with the community leaders in the community. And I will say that it's great for that aspect of being able to communicate with them, being able to sort of solve problems, being able to have a direct line of communication between the admins. Well, I guess rather it was mostly the higher administration. We didn't have like TAs and other people that were able to access that chat, because it was mostly meant to sort of be just the main people running the server were the ones that were able to communicate in there. And it was also a way of giving a sort of central location for clan leaders to communicate with each other, instead of needing to have a Steam group chat, or instead of needing to have some sort of other outside group chat that maybe would exclude certain clans from their communications. It was a way of trying to foster better communication between clans, of like, hey, you have an issue with another clan, talk about it in the council chat, or you have something you want to organize with other clans, put it in the council chat. You want to talk about, hey, we think that this rule should be a little bit different, put it in the council chat. Stuff like that was, I feel like, pretty good. A good reason to have the council chat. We had other ambitions for it, of trying to implement stuff like Robert's Rule of Order, so that we could kind of have a way of a more organized discussion whenever we had some of our town halls. But overall, I feel like it was a net positive to have that council chat, to be able to give a sort of communication outlet for people. But it did have the negative impact of tensions getting very high at times, and also a lot of arguments and heated discussions and heated arguments. I mean, there's been plenty of times where I would be sitting on a town hall chat with all the clan leaders and the representatives and other people, and it would just turn into a shouting match because we disagreed on some rule that they either broke or that someone else broke, and they were butthurt about how everything played out. So in that regard, not the best, because tensions can get high, and everyone's very opinionated, and everyone's very just wants things the way that they kind of see it. But overall, I feel like it was a net positive. Gavin and Zoinks can kind of give their take on how they felt it went. But having something like that, I feel like, is just, in general, trying to get more communication with people is, I feel like, a good idea. Because in the past, I feel like there's been less of that communication, and I tried to make myself and some of the other senior administrators available to people in the community. And like I keep saying, is like, the server owner, senior administration should always be trying to be in constant communication with their player base, so that they understand the heartbeat of the community, and are not just sitting in their castle on the hill, and waving a wand for what needs to happen or what should happen. They're instead, understanding the needs of the players. And on top of that too, like something else that is, we didn't really implement it as often as I would like, but doing a town hall. So right, a town hall is just you essentially hold a sort of set time to where anyone in the community can join a channel and we can have a discussion on something that's going on. People can ask questions or we can give announcements and kind of talk through things instead of just being something in a Discord channel. So those are definitely things that I would also recommend people to try and implement in the future if they, try to undergo something like this. But that was just kind of our experience with those aspects.
Those are good points. Definitely things granted through experience that, like, if we were just gonna start up a server and run it for the first time, we would run into the same hurdles, it seems, that y'all would run into, or that y'all ran into. And so that now that y'all know how to fix it, y'all serve as these the old guard who teaches the new players how to run things. So if there are no other points on Gavin's section, we can move on to Mr. Zoinks.
I'm good. I'm very excited for Zoinks.
Me too. Let us.
Zoinks is one who cooks. Just so you know,
he is
Lami.
definitely cooked on this, man. Should I do like a full overview, or go step by step as you explain it in terms of the view for the viewers?
It's up to you. I think a lot of what is in here, like I was kind of doing this at the same time that Gavin was doing his, and there's a lot of similarities. I leaned more heavily on like the admin hierarchy and the sort of rule process because that was my main focus on the admin staff. But whatever you think is the best way to present this.
Okay. Well, I
Given
guess
Gavin's
I'll just let you.
very detailed.
I'll let you go through all the points that you think are important, even if they kind of overlap just a little bit. I mean, saying the same thing probably isn't going to happen because you were in, probably slightly different sections. But yeah, if you just go over the important parts of all these boxes that you put down, I'll just follow your mouse or follow your concept flow. I'll try to anyway.
Yeah. So obviously, it all starts with the server owner, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Fergus, but I think the main two aspects of the server owner in the beginning are to buy the server and configure it, plug it in with the backend, and all that, and then also to build the community. Fergus, from his vast experience, did an excellent job on both, particularly with building the community. I was very impressed with the Crossroads Discord server. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it or if have been in there, but it is quite extensive, and it has everything that you would expect from any professional Discord server. Even like a company's community Discord server it's on the same level. The Discord serves a lot of roles. It's Gavin kind of touched on this before, especially when we were talking about content creation. It really, the Discord server really fosters like organic, community driven, growth. And that kind of, it's like a self-building system where, content creators want viewers, and viewers exist on the Discord server, so they share their, so they create content for the community on the Discord server and they share it there, and then they grow, and then a growing community branches out into other communities and then draws in new members. On the same vein, it also, people who are really interested in the mod will, use the Discord server for organizing maps, creating a community of map makers. I think we had a couple people who were like, I don't know, did we have two people, Fergus, or was it just one who was like a senior map maker?
We had Praetor.
I mean, yeah, we had a couple. Like it was mostly Clarky was like the NA mapper, along with Mangoes as well. But Mangoes kind of separated off to kind of do his own server, and then yeah, Praetor. But we had those were I think the two main mappers that we had that contributed to at least our server, and then we had other people who were EU based that would provide maps to us or would make NA specific map updates. But those were the two that we had in our server. We did attempt to, foster a sort of like mapper community in our Discord, but it didn't really take off just because it's, so much work to make a map.
Yeah,
but that was one of our goals, was to try and form some sort of mapper community.
Yeah, but we did have channels in there for the mappers to collaborate and work on maps together, give feedback, and so on. We also had different channels for like sub communities within the mod. So we created like a town watch, and they had their own text channel in the Discord. And the town watch's purpose was basically to protect new players from outlaws. And it wasn't like, to police rule breaks or anything. It was just that they had certain privileges within the rules around the spawn town, and especially when it came to combat interactions with outlaws, and all of that was organized within the Discord, and adding people to those communities was all done through the Discord. Yeah, so that's the Discords are really vital, and it doesn't have to be Discord. It's just Discord's a good platform that a lot of people have adopted. But I believe in the past that there were forum websites that were used for the same sort of tools.
Yep.
And we tried that for a brief moment, and it didn't work. Everyone likes Discord because they're familiar with it.
Yeah, it is kind of intuitive. It's one of the more easy social. I don't even know if you'd call it a social media, but if it is, it's objectively better than all the other social medias combined. Just because of its intuitiveness and your ability to do so much with it, other than just kind of messaging or sending something out there that doesn't get seen and then is deleted forever.
Agreed. And I think one of the best things, like for admin tools, was that we had a ticket bot that would, we had a ticket form. If you wanted to make a ticket, you just went to the ticket form, and then you put in the important information, like what time it happened, what rule break it was, who did it, and then a more general description, and you could include a video or picture evidence of the rule break. And then it would just automatically create a ticket, and it would ping the admins that there was a new ticket, and then the ticket bot would allow an admin to claim the ticket and then work on the ticket and then close the ticket. So, I mean, Discord was just a really vital resource for both community building and for admin tools. As far as the admin staff goes, I know we've touched on this a few times, but I think the admin hierarchy, at least in the system that we had, I mean, I'm not saying the system that we had is perfect or that it will work in every situation, but I think it's generally a good way to go. So we had the admins and trial admins, senior admins and head admins, and I just put like very basic descriptions of like who you want in these roles. So I put senior admins as trusted and experienced, and then head admins as trusted, experienced, and involved. And I didn't mean involved in so far as like the head admins are more active on the server or in tickets, but just that the head admins are the kind of people that you want giving input on big decisions that are made. So, not so much as involved as like very community facing, but involved in all of the back end stuff.
So yeah, like involving a lot of their attention, but not their specifically like their player hours, I guess you would say. Whereas like Gavin was more referring to the player hours, if that's correct.
Yeah, like I think my player hours definitely took a dive when I became a head admin. I wasn't doing as much. Yeah, I wasn't 100%. Doing nearly as much in-game adminning, and I wasn't doing nearly as many tickets. But the tickets that Gavin and I were doing, like, I mean, some of them were so
pretty important.
Yeah, pretty important and complicated to the point where they could last like a week or so and have hundreds of messages and dozens of people in them.
Remember my ticket, Zoinks?
Yes, yeah.
Remember the war one on Normandy?
Yeah. Yeah, and then so within that vein, before you even have any tickets or in-game adminning, you have to develop the rules. And this is definitely a collaborative process among the admins and the server owner. I would say that the head admins will take the lead role on that, maybe create the first draft. And then that first draft can be shared with senior admins and the server owner. For input, the senior admins have, they're trusted and experienced, so their input is respected, but not always necessarily followed. And then the server owner has, final authority on all decisions regarding the rules, of course, because it's their server and everyone, all the admins work at the direction of the server owner.
One thing I want to add with that, I will say that that's another thing too. That's like a quality that a good server owner should have, is that they, yes, technically have the, final say with a lot of things, but you should not really be overriding what your trusted head admins or senior admins or some of these people who are making these decisions. You should not be micromanaging them unless it is, egregiously wrong. Like, we've had instances in the past where like a head admin, gets taken off of, or taken out of their position because they start, abusing the rules, or they start making bad decisions, or they start getting too emotional with it when it comes to certain things or whatever else. And so that's kind of the role of the server owner, is to kind of audit those higher up positions and make sure that they're doing what they need to be doing, and still, in the spirit of bettering the community, but shouldn't be really overriding anything that the head admin is doing unless it's, again, egregious. And that's what I tried to do a lot with, Gavin and Zoinks, is put trust in them to, lead the server, and I kind of let them do their own thing, partly because, I had burned myself out because of how involved I was towards the very beginning of things, but also because I trusted them to, make a good decision. And more often than not, and I mean, I feel like there's very few instances where I feel like they ever made a bad decision, in my opinion. So a lot of it is, just putting trust in them and letting them do what they think is right. And if, that no longer is the case, to where they're no longer, fit for that position, then that's kind of your role as the owner, is to make sure that you have someone in that position who is going to lead the community down the right path.
Yeah, these are the buck all stops with the server owner, but the delegation. This is a fantastic I guess example of delegation, in terms of seeing like the levels of roles, what they're supposed to do. And I really like how you separated the tasks, the overlap of task. You could have done this in a Venn diagram, but I think this is a little bit more visually appealing, and it's a little bit more you're able to connect it to more ideas. So I think I'll start using this for every episode, to be honest. But continuing with what you were saying.
Yeah, so the rules, it's a collaborative process where the head admin takes the lead, senior admin gets input, and then the server owner has the authority to step in if they see, a glaring flaw. And this is mostly for like the beginning of creating the rules. Like, a lot of times when, and I get into this a little bit below this bottom right box, like the process of developing the rules becomes iterative, because through the ticket processing and the in-game admin work, you'll get reports from the admins and the trial admins of potential flaws that they see in the rules, just like based on the way that the players are behaving within the rule set. For the head admins, and less so the senior admins, the main admins and the trial admins are really the eyes and the ears of the on foot player. So they report back what's going on in the tickets. They report back what they're seeing in the server, and then the main in that capacity, the main admins and the trial admins get involved more so in the development of the rules as far as the revisions and editing go. For in-game admin work, this is really the biggest. For in-game admin work especially, this is the biggest one where it's a more even playing field for all the people in the admin hierarchy. Anyone who has in-game perms has the same in-game perms, except maybe like Fergus, who can just turn the server off. So pretty much, yeah, and Gavin. So pretty much anyone who's doing in-game admin work is basically doing the same kind of things, like, and it's all about. And in-game admin work is a lot harder than ticket work because you want to, like, the whole point is to solve rule breaks and step in before they become a big deal, like before, you know, an illegal war takes place, an entire faction gets wiped, or, you know, before a bunch of outlaws start massacring dozens of fresh spawns. But it takes a lot of experience to kind of like make those decisions on the fly because they happen so rapidly, and there's a much higher like risk to, like, you know, stepping in, making the wrong decision, and like fading a player who actually wasn't doing anything wrong, you know.
Is that a big I guess I'll ask with all of you, is there a lot of second guessing that comes with that? Because I imagine, you know, I mean, like police officers, judges, people like that in authority will always have, like generals especially, the example is where it's like, you know, sometimes you doubt whether or not the call that you made or the judgment you passed was the best one. Is that something that happens a lot, or in general with Bannerlord, is it more of like most of the time it's just like straight, you know, rule broken, punishment applied?
It's not a lot of just straight rule broken, punishment applied, especially when it's like a live situation. Like for
Yes.
example, there's a lot of, like, there were a lot of rules in our rule set where it was like, if you halted a player, you had kill reason on them for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it was. And so, like, you might be live adminning and you just see some guy ride up and couch some guy in the back.
But there's no context for that.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like you think that guy just committed RDM, but you can't punish that because there's a plethora of you know, potential kill reasons in the rule set that may have happened 5 or 10 minutes ago that you just didn't witness. So we always, especially with new admins who just got in-game perms, we would definitely caution them to, like, investigate the logs before they took any drastic action.
One thing too that I'll say that we definitely did is we didn't really try to intervene unless someone reported it, because that kind of goes into what Zoinks has said there of, like, if someone has kill reason on somebody and they kill them, you know, 5-10 minutes later, unless somebody reports it, like, we don't know that there was really an actual rule break unless it is something that's like super blatant, like mass RDMing a bunch of commoners who were just in spawn, or someone spawn camping or whatever else like that. Like, there are certain things that are pretty blatant that you can kind of punish for, but for the most part it should be like someone complains about it in game for us to take action, because otherwise two people are just constantly RDMing each other. They might be in Discord together without clan tags and are just, you know, fighting each other back and forth and are having a good time. If we come in there and fade the person who won, now we're ruining their fun, sort of thing. So I feel like it's kind of hard to kind of, you know, live admin. And I guess also to kind of go with your, you know, point of the whole second guessing and things like that. At least in my experience, whenever I would be adminning in game, and Zoinks and Gavin can say how they feel about it. But what I would always do is, if I do make a mistake, like, it's just one of those things where you have to be able to be willing to admit that you were wrong and then try to make the situation right. Whether it's you teleport them back to where they got killed, or you give them some sort of refund, or you just do something to kind of set the situation right and be like, hey, sorry, I was wrong. You're right. I didn't, understand the situation. I was just trying to do my job.
I guess that's a good way to think about it. There's I mean, if people are having fun, they're not going to complain. They're only going to complain if there's something out of order or something's not the way it should be. So I guess that's a good policy of only policing the calls. I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and kind of adding to what Fergus was saying, being able to admit when you're wrong is extremely vital. Like we were kind of talking about this before you went live, like destroying the like ego that you have as an admin
Yep.
is
100%.
really important. Like people want to become admins for a plethora of reasons, and some of them is just because they want to have power over other players. And policing the as a head admin and senior admin, policing the trial admins and regular admins is even more important than policing the players.
That is something incredible. I didn't have an elaboration for that. I was commenting. Sorry, continue.
That's
Yeah,
a very
like-
good insight, Zoinks, because
Yeah,
it can quickly spiral
yeah.
if left unchecked.
Yeah, some of the worst situations that we had on the server were like admin abuse or I don't know, there's different levels of admin abuse, but it can definitely have the most profound impact on the game if left unchecked.
Okay. And yeah, I think I forgot who said it. When there's a quote section at the left, if y'all didn't notice before. When people lose trust of the here it is, Fergus. When players lose trust of the administration, chaos increases. That's from 1 hour and 35 minutes in. I think that in most of the multiplayer games that I've played, whenever you have the rampant admin abuse that is, I guess characteristic of large servers, the one thing that fixes it, is the knowledge that you can appeal. There's someone higher than them, but if the people who are at the top, like you said, like the administration, like the head, if the head is corrupt, you're kind of fucked. But at least if the trial admins are corrupt, there's hope. There is hope for improvement of the situation in future.
And that's why we always tried to give like an out, right, in the tickets. Like I said, I think very early on, of like if someone disagrees with a trial admin, even senior admin's like decision, then they can appeal it to be reviewed by someone higher up. Or if the admin, trial admin, senior admin, or whoever is like, hey, this is above my pay grade, like they can essentially pass it on to the next person. And so we kind of had that sort of hierarchy in place to where if there was something to where someone disagreed with what someone did, there was a sort of checks and balances to where there's always someone who could review it. And then I would be sort of checked and balanced by my head admins to where, like, if there was something that was passed to me, then I would try to, get a collective understanding of what the admin team or what other people would think before I make a decision, unless it is just something that's like, I have a very strong opinion on it and I believe that it should be this way for the sake of the community. So we always try to have the checks and balances, which I think is very important in any community that has rules and has administrators. Because without checks and balances, then yeah, you can just lead yourself into anarchy.
Yeah, I do want to add to that though that system that we had was both success and a failure. Like I do agree with Fergus that it's vital, but you can't like just give it to everyone, because we had a period of time where anyone who quote unquote lost in a ticket would then just complain and start adding a senior admin or adding a head admin,
asking for the manager.
Yeah, we would just get like it got to the point where we were just getting looped into like 80% of the tickets.
Yeah. Isn't that why we created veteran admin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't add it to the flowchart here, but we did have another role called veteran admin, which was in between senior admin and regular admin.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, they were basically just someone who was of the quality of a senior admin, but didn't really want the added responsibility. So they were just like they were essentially a regular admin, but like their word had more weight to it than a regular admin.
Admin plus.
Yeah.
Admin plus is that's interesting. That's an interesting concept there. Okay, damn, this is a lot to take in, but it's all in one place now. Okay. I'll give us a second, a moment of silence to take all that in. Big conversation so far, so let's just chill for a sec, okay?
I am enjoying this conversation very much.
Deep breath in, deep breath out. You in the audience, deep breath in, deep breath out. Okay. So, as far as the topics that I wanted to hit, the crucial ones, we've gotten through a lot of them. I guess for the audience that is that hasn't been with us from the beginning, we are now, gosh, 3 hours 30
I think
minutes
about
in.
3 hours, yeah.
So for the audience that hasn't been with us the whole time, we started off just talking about the general skill sets needed in order to play certain roles, like server owner, the admins, the community managers, and what modders, mappers, people like that. We have Fergus over here who gave us kind of the roadmap. I wanted to make like a roadmap, like visual, kind of like Zoinks did, about how to make a server, but he gave us the very simplified version, which everyone can really learn from, step by step. The rules here, and these are the notes that I took. By the way, this will be for future reference. This will be, all these screenshots will be put in a video or somewhere. Probably I don't know. We'll figure it out. Quotes over here. I won't read them all just yet because this isn't the end, but the quotes are over here. I'll add to it, and I will increase it now because I have a feeling it needs to be a little bit bigger. This here is talking about the relationships between the heads, the runners, the administration, you might say, of the server, and the specific tasks they do, the overlap between their tasks and their duties, which is also a little bit of what Gavin said over here. This is the structure of servers in terms of like the literal mechanical aspect, how they play, the way in which they are supposed to be treated by teams. Many notes here as well. So this is all of the main meat and potatoes of it. I will let y'all, I guess, lead the conversation from here. What are the points that we haven't talked about that the community should be considering? Whether it's like small
Well,
scale, big scale, whatever.
before we do that, Zoinks, I'm not sure how much time you have. Same with you, Fergus. I'm fine to keep going for the next 5 hours. But I want to respect your guys'
8 hours
time
would be a new
schedule.
record, but y'all have real lives and jobs, I assume.
Yeah, my college can wait.
Yeah, I do need to go pretty soon.
Okay.
So I would say we should probably just let Zoinks finish his stuff if he has anything left, and then maybe we can kind of keep wrapping up with Gavin and I.
Okay. Perfect.
No,
Sounds good.
I'm all done with I'm all done
okay.
with my flowchart. Yeah.
Okay. Was there any like final points or like hats that you wanted to put on the cap of it?
No, not really.
Okay. Well, he did just spend quite a while going through every detail, every intricate relation of it. So if you didn't catch the beginning, this stream will be kept up forever, unless someone like hacks me. I don't know. So with that said, what are the other major topics of discussion that we need to consider?
Um, So I kind of went over this briefly during my spiel of how a server should be structured towards the later end, but I kind of want to hammer this home one more time because it's very important. While there are culture clashes, the failure in communication can very easily result into a perceived toxicity, where someone flames someone or someone mauls and brings the mood down or something like that. And I just really want to hammer home, because this is a problem with this franchise over the past 10 years, is it only takes one person in a VC of 20 people just to say, hey man, that guy tried his best, or maybe it wasn't that guy's fault and here's why. Could we focus on playing the game? He tried his best. We should just move on. It takes one person each match or each time this happens to say that, and I guarantee you, after 10 times, that person is going to think twice before saying something toxic. Sure, server owners can ban people who are very problematic. Same with admins and Terrorworlds themselves, but we've seen Terrorworlds doesn't interact with us that much. Same with people who host servers and whatnot, but you also play a part in it too. It just takes 2 sentences each time it happens.
That is a yes, that's the best diversion away from toxicity. The reminder that we are all trying to play the game, and
We're all trying to have fun, man.
all trying to have fun. Yes, I mean we play games to have fun. We don't play games,
We need
to
each other to have fun,
yes, yeah,
or this
multiplayer.
game's dead.
That means you're not the main character. If you want to be the main character,
Yes,
go back to single player. Maybe I should put that as a quote,
exactly.
but maybe it's been said too much. We'll see.
Well, that is a great quote.
Okay, yeah, if you want to be the main character.
So one thing too that I would like to, I guess, add with that. So while what Gavin said is true, and while that is how I believe we should try to, treat things, that is not always the reality, sadly. And as anyone who has played in this franchise for longer than a week, you will come across these toxic players. You will come across people who their only intention is to ruin someone else's fun. And especially as being a part of the server owner or server administration team, or just anyone who creates something for the community, you do have to kind of go into it with some thick skin and some ability to take criticism, because people will have plenty of it. So that's one thing too. I think that's a good warning, and something that a lot of prospective server owners or prospective administrators or prospective mod creators or map creators or anybody who wants to contribute something to this community, you have to be prepared for criticism, and you have to be prepared for non-constructive criticism, because there will be plenty of people who will give it to you whether or not you ask for it. And while we, can hope that we eventually get to a point to where people can understand that, hey, you always being toxic and always, being a dick to people is not going to increase the player count, or is not going to, cause more people to want to play the game. Sorry, I forget where I was going with that. But essentially, the basis here is that there's the old guard, and that's, I guess, one other thing too that I didn't really mention with my sort of, my middle bottom point of balance between old guard and new players, is one of the things that people will come to understand with if they, get involved in a persistent mod, or rather, I guess, any multiplayer mod. You're going to have the old guard and you're going to have the new players. A lot of the time, the way that I've seen a lot of old guard people behave is they think that it should be a, trying to think of the word, essentially whatever happens, and that it should essentially be self-policed, which I sort of agree with, but not to the extent that a lot of people take it. What I always said to people whenever people would ask my opinion on the rules and my opinion on how I feel as a player and not as a server owner, is that people should police themselves in such a way to where if someone is doing shitty behavior, the community turns on that person and essentially corrects their behavior through saying kind of what Gavin said of like, hey, don't be doing this, hey, why are you being a dick? Or you have someone who is essentially lawful good that is better at the game than someone who is chaotic evil, like that whole sort of aspect of like you have someone who is able to essentially beat up the person who is like having the bad behavior. Because if you did have that sort of like self-policing, which we tried to do a little bit with the sort of town watch faction that we created, we allowed essentially for players that weren't admins but were given this sort of elevated position to police the outlaws that were having a major problem with just breaking rules constantly, or were just in general having shitty behavior towards other players. So that's just kind of something to think about, is that one, you need to have kind of some thick skin if you're going to go into this line of work, and that two, sometimes it's okay to have some sort of like self-policing, but it's only with people who are kind of doing things in good faith, in my opinion, because a lot of the times people are not doing things in good faith, and that's where you lead to that's what leads to a lot of the kind of toxic behavior that we've been talking about, is people are breaking rules in bad faith and then are essentially pushing people out of the community. Which I guess that was also what I had meant to say earlier about the old guard, is a lot of the time the old guard, they want to essentially put people in a trial by fire, or a trial by blood, or whatever the term is, and essentially like treat people as poorly as possible, and then only the people who are dedicated enough will be the ones that stick around, and then those turn into the lifelong players. Because there's plenty of people who have been playing this mod for 10 plus years who have dealt with a lot of that shitty behavior, or they themselves have contributed to that shitty behavior. I myself used to be a part of some of the troll clans and used to be a bit of a shithead, until I eventually grew up, and there's plenty of people who have yet to grow up. So that's just something that I think that anyone who's wanting to get into this line of work should be aware of.
That's that's a very good point. Yeah. I don't know a lot of direct, like server owners and admins and things like that, but I can imagine based on the way that admins and runners are talked about just casually, I wouldn't even want to be the people, receiving the DMs. Like, I'm sure some people like the modders and mappers and server owners have gotten some
which that's
bad juju over the years.
Yeah, which that's another kind of downside of Discord, is the accessibility that it gives people to us. Because I like to have my DMs turned on for people, but there are plenty of people who turn their DMs off so that no random person can message them, all the grievances that they have. Because usually, if someone's messaging an admin in the DMs, it's usually they're pretty heated. They usually had something that they felt was egregiously done wrong to them, and they want an immediate solution. And so a lot of the times, a lot of these conversations that admins have with players are often going to be emotionally charged, not just within, like, say, the DMs, but in general. A lot of the times, the tickets that we deal with or the interactions that we have with players, it's emotionally charged. And so that's when an admin has to be able to kind of have that thick skin to kind of take the brunt of that initial sort of force and then redirect it to where it needs to go, and maybe do a little bit of like calming down of the person, being like, hey, it's okay, you're okay, like we'll get through this, we'll solve it, let me take a look at the logs, let me do whatever I need to do to kind of come to my conclusion. Because you shouldn't also just let these sort of emotionally charged players, like, you shouldn't just trust them at their word, right? Like, you should trust but verify, essentially, is what I feel like a lot of what admins are doing. Because you get the side of one story, you get the side of the other. So unless someone is, just not really thinking about it, or maybe they, can't lie because they're, honest Abe or whatever. But more often than not, people are going to lie to your face in tickets, and you have to essentially figure out who's telling the truth.
Yeah, the sort of scheming and intrigue part of it seems to be the most not confusing, but the most tricky factor to work around. Because like a lot of these like trust things and these like crime and punishment things all travel down to like where is the line that you put in the gray area, because no matter where you put the line, it's going to be in the gray area.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I really get that. It's a not easy thing to negotiate, really.
Yeah, and I mean, we also would have people who we like to call ticket warriors, and that's again something that I kind of disagreed with. Of
No, that's
like,
hilarious.
people
What is a
should
ticket warrior?
people. So a ticket warrior is someone who spends more time making tickets than they do actually playing in the game. So that would be someone who they make up the bulk of our tickets. Like anyone does something wrong to them, they're making a ticket instead of like letting it go, or instead of doing that sort of self-policing that I talked about. Because I like, again, I don't necessarily advocate for self-policing in every instance, but if it's something minor, like, oh, someone accidentally swung on me, why are you making a ticket against that person? Hey, they swung on me. I didn't actually die. I only lost a little bit of health. I want a refund, or I want him temp banned. Like,
there's a doctor right there. He didn't lose anything.
Yeah, there's some things people should let go. But that's the issue with kind of the accessibility of tickets and the accessibility of admins in general, is that any little thing that happens to somebody, they can't let go, and they instead run to the admins and will become a ticket warrior usually if they're one of those types of people. So that's where I kind of advocate for that. It's like self-policing, like I said. Someone swings on you once, you swing back at them. Or someone swings on you, you'd be like, hey, what are you doing? And they'd be like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Here's 500 gold for me hitting you accidentally. Like, there's a lot of things that can be resolved within the game, within player-to-player interaction, that doesn't need an admin to be involved. And that's where I think a lot of like our grief came from, was the people who couldn't let things go or couldn't solve things between players. They instead had to get an admin involved, and it caused us extra grief. But yeah, it just, yeah.
Any notes on that, Gavin?
Yeah. Can I challenge something that you said, Fergus?
Sure. I love debates.
Well, I'm asking Fergus. And I'm not debating, I'm just having a conversation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what?
So what you said in response to me is all true. And at the same time, I want to add a few things. So I don't believe the majority of people are acting in bad faith. I believe the majority of people don't make the effort to understand the other side. Which I guess I don't really know your definition of bad faith, but to my understanding and from my experience, the majority of people just want to have fun. They just want to play a sword game, and sure, there are bad apples, which I kind of mentioned in my spiel of like admin should be taking care of the like really bad cases like doxing, DDoSing, etc., like harassment and whatnot. But from my experience of playing this game, it's not a social norm to call out bad behavior. And I'm sure that you've seen the same thing of like back in Warband, an admin like talking down to someone or like spawning themselves in gold, like that was just so common that we didn't really think much of it. And like if we made that more vocal at the time, I believe things would have been a bit better. And at the same time, I think what we're experiencing in Bannerlord isn't really bad faith from people. It's not people like lying in tickets like the like majority case. It's just people don't really understand the like who is on the other side, because we have a situation where like we are basically porting in the rules from PW, and people who played
this
that
is
are
a server
coming to
from
here
like
too.
10 years ago, right?
Yeah.
2014.
Well, from 2014 to 2020, 2021.
Okay.
Because there's like multiple servers who use the same rule set. But basically, what I'm trying to get at is like we have a situation where there's conflicting cultures where people don't know what we're supposed to be doing, and they don't take the time out of the day to understand how this person wants to play the game, and they don't see that because my way of playing the game conflicts with this person's playing the game. They don't see that there's any conflict resolution there. There's no like, it's like pretty black and white, which leads to this like perceived like toxicity where because the base culture from both sides didn't really include like listening and like communication as like a core trait. It just leads to this what's the word?
Ostracization.
Yes, of both sides where they're stuck in this war where they just don't know what the other side is thinking.
So I agree with that, but I guess my main point of the whole like bad faith, it's mostly in regards to like the kind of toxic players that we were talking about. Like I feel like a lot of the time the people who are doing things in bad faith are the people who know that they're doing it in bad faith, and those are the main like it is the vocal minority. Like that's oftentimes what it is.
100%.
It's the vocal minority that causes a lot of the problems. And that's I think what we're mostly trying to warn people about or just talk about in general is the vocal minority is often going to be the people who cause the most problems. The majority, like 300 out of the 320 people on the server are all going to be people who are just not talking in chat, just wanting to play the game, just having a good time,
just vibing out.
And then the other 20 people are going to be the ones that are causing problems a lot of the time. And so I feel like that's the big thing to kind of look out for. And mostly in my experience, I feel like a lot of those people who are acting in bad faith can be some of the old guard and also can be some of the newer players. But my main, I guess, point is mostly talking about kind of what you were saying there of like people who there's different cultures, right? There's the people who've been playing for 10 years and there's the people who have been playing for a couple of months. Like a lot of the times I feel like there's a lot of those people who've been playing for 10 years who don't like change, don't want change.
Exactly.
And when change occurs, they rebel essentially.
It's hard to understand.
Yeah. And so I feel like that's the kind of balancing act that you have to do between the old guard and the new players is you have to make a game that suits, or you have to make a server that suits both new and old, because if you only cater to the old, then you're only ever going to have the old population, which is essentially what we had previously, where we're maxing out at 150, a night, or even less than that at some points. You want to be able to promote new players to be able to come on in order to have growth, because what will end up happening is those 20 players out of the 320, those are the people who are going to be the ones that are breaking the rules. Those are going to be the ones who are abusing the new players. Those are going to be the ones who are causing problems on the server. And if you're not able to kind of change the culture, change the community to kind of ostracize those people, you're going to keep losing new players. And that's kind of what I think I was mentioning earlier about how in the past there's been a culture of these, sort of older players who their idea of the game is that only the dedicated people should be the ones that stick around, and if you're not dedicated, then get out. Like if you don't like it, get out. And that's kind of where that whole they don't want change comes into play, because they're used to playing the game a certain way. They like the harshness of it. They like the gamer words. They like all this other sort of stuff like that. And if you can't handle it, then why are you even here, essentially, which is not the way that we should be thinking about it. And is definitely the way that we tried to foster our community, was to get away from that case. And I feel like we did, in some capacities assist with it. We definitely kind of, wrangled some people and got them onto, a newer way of thinking and kind of a more,
rehabilitated.
Yeah, rehabilitated a little bit. But again, it kind of goes back to what I was saying of, like, I used to be a part of some of those troll groups. I used to be a little shithead, and then I grew up. And like I said, there's still people out there who have not grown up, even though their age keeps going up. So that's the big thing to look out for, I feel, with any sort of multiplayer server that you're going to be a part of in this community, is the people who have not grown up.
Yeah.
That's a quote there. Some people have not grown up despite their age increasing.
Yeah, like, I started playing whenever I was, I think, like 14, 15 years old. And, like, you can imagine what little shitheads people are at that age, and I was one of them.
Sure.
And there's a lot of people out here who have been playing even younger than that. Even though this game is meant to be for mature audiences, there's plenty of squeakers who who slip their way in and say some very interesting things and behave in very interesting ways. And so I think it mostly is just kind of like you're saying, of like, you kind of calling out that bad behavior. And if you can call out the bad behavior and you can kind of change the culture in some capacity, then it will be better. But it's not something that I feel like any, like, one server can really do. It's more of a overtime thing. It just needs to kind of be a consistent thing, to where people are continuing to, reinforce good behavior and kind of ostracize bad behavior, and eventually people will stop thinking it's funny to behave a certain way, and will just be more normal, I guess, and focus on having fun in the game rather than ruining someone else's fun. But you still are going to have those people at the end of the day, sadly.
Of course.
Just hopefully a lot less of them.
Hopefully, yeah. It's like every society is gonna have criminals, but that doesn't mean you don't build prisons. Like, you still gotta build the prisons to take them away, right? So that's fantastic. And I guess while we're on that subject, the reinforcement of positive behavior, or at least the behavior that you want to encourage, like this over here, is like, you, Gavin, talked a lot about the culture clash, and that's a really good point, because morality is, in some senses, subjective. Now,
yes,
some people will have their own words to say about that, but in this sense of the Bannerlord multiplayer, one person's morality of what is objectively good and bad is a different person's, objectively bad and good. So, this is like like you said, democracy at the top doesn't work, and what that means is asterisk, yes. At the top doesn't always work. There needs to be a leader. There needs to be someone who sets the way it's going to be, and then you have, like, in the military, you referenced, what is it, commander's intent. Like, you have the person at the top. He says, I want it to be like this. So every person, below him, he delegates, roles to, responsibilities, keeps in mind that essential central mission focus, which is, I want it to be like this. So we don't have to make it a, just have common sense and be good, don't be a dick. Nobody knows what that means. It does not have a meaning. You live in a place where there is no moral objectivity, right? At this point. So the morality, we need to, I guess, change that word to the overall purpose of the server, set by the server owner, supported by the community, the administration, and the rule set. Is that a good summary?
Yeah. Can I even make a comment on that?
Yes, please.
So for the specific point where democracy doesn't work at the top, asterisk, this reminds me of something I learned in history lecture. Certain pirate groups had one policy. They had a captain, a quartermaster, and a crew. So a captain can be easily, like, replaced. However, the only place that he cannot be, like, overturned is in battle. Because in battle, only one person can make the calls, or we'll have 50 different people making 50 different plans. So, like, the reason I put a asterisk on that is so if there's a call that needs like a final boot to come down, Fergus should be the one to come down to give that boot. Because if me, Zoinks, and a person called Profi, who was also a fellow head admin, but he's not, he went to do different things. If we disagree on something, Fergus should come in and, handle that.
I'm summarizing right now the quote that you just gave about the pirate having a good policy.
Yeah,
What
I
was
see
that
you
quote again?
typing. Okay, so the pirate crew is pretty simple. There is a captain, a quartermaster, and the crew, which a quartermaster just like dictates who gets what money, and he can't really get replaced. But that's not important for this. So a captain can be easily overthrown, but the only policy that a pirate ship has, besides a quartermaster, is a captain cannot be overthrown during battle. Because during battle, if there is multiple people making different plans, that's not coordinated at all. It's better to follow one plan. Better to be coordinated and strike as one.
All right. Yes. So when there's a conflict, when there is an issue that's occurring, the captain, the leader, the head, is deferred to. So say like when there's a
Yes.
dispute between the managers or community, or like it's kind of like the Supreme Court, right? The issues
Exactly.
between states and the federal government don't go through the state courts. Obviously, they go directly and straight to the Supreme. To the Supreme. So I mean, it's very obvious the way the analogy works with it, but I feel like this is a good way of summarizing that whole thing and keeping in mind that yes, the community, we love listening to the community. Where is it here? In Fergus's one of Fergus's points, I noted good arguments are to be valued. Period, as some people would say.
Yes.
Prioritize the player experience. While that is true, while you have as a player, and as a player, remember that you're the most valuable thing in the community because that's why the mappers make maps. That's why the
That's
modders
how
make
this
mods.
works.
That's all for
That's what the money.
you specifically.
Yes.
Keeping in mind, you are why we make the server. But if you become a problem, too much of a problem, then we have to like not have you here. So the way to keep everything in line is by understanding there's a leader and you appeal to the leader, but you are not the leader, even though you are the most important. Even if you are the most important, you're not the leader. Good point. Very good point.
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
It's important to follow the right person.
The right person, indeed.
Yes. And Fergus was very good the time that he served. I make it sound like he's a combat veteran, but you were a joy to work with, Fergus.
He's perhaps fixing his mic, or I don't know. So if I'm completely honest with you, and usually I don't do this, but
Okay.
I will say, I've run out of things to talk about. I don't have any more questions for you. We'll have. I know Kavata has like plenty of questions. If any of you, the viewers, let's see, 35 of you right now. Thank you very much for watching. If any of you have questions that you'd like to get in, at the end, maybe a speed run, we can do a lightning round. We will do that.
Can I ask
One of
you a
the
couple questions?
yes, let's go ahead.
Did you want to talk before that, or do you want me to ask questions?
No, go ahead and ask questions. The only other things I was going to say were about the questions Kravata was asking. He had a few.
Okay. What is your experience with everything we've talked about. So like running a server structure, etc.
Well, I usually don't talk about this, but I did admin for a Counter-Strike Global Offensive game. There was
Okay.
a community of like low-level players called Silver Sports, and
I think I know that.
really? Well, yeah, we had a couple of streams. We did a few
That's
tournaments. I
probably
think it was
why.
like 3, and I helped admin for that. It was pretty good. I think we had maybe 1 to 300 players maximum. There was never like a whole big interest in it, but only minor things. Discord, running Discords. I've made a lot of Discords. If you are a friend of mine, you'll know that I add you to group chats and random Discords like on a daily basis. Um,
Mhm.
Other than that, not much. Just, I mean, I guess I don't know, like maybe school projects, leading in school projects. So knowing how to communicate, deal with people, and negotiate between, how much work to do yourself and how much
Very
to
important skill
delegate.
to have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say I did it well, but I at least have experience with it. But that's pretty
Experience is the
much the
best
extent
teacher.
of the stuff here. Yeah.
That's good to hear. Is there any inferences that you can make about what we talked about today? Like, is there anything you'd add on or take away, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, I did. I have kind of gotten this interpretation that the PW into PE era, like that transition,
Yeah,
was like the golden age. You read history, right? So like the Mesopotamian, the Greek, the well, pretty much every culture will have the mythology of there was a golden age, and then everything collapsed, everything was destroyed, and then we lowly, dirty monsters, came to occupy what was left behind. So that's kind of it. Sounds a
interesting.
lot of a lot similar to the themes of that kind of motif that appears in a lot of cultures. But there's
Okay.
obviously our own differences, our own modern idiosyncrasies that make it different. But in general, it seems like even with the like corrupt admins and the some of the toxicity stories that I've in minor heard and that y'all have elaborated on, it does kind of have that you know um, that same story progression of
Yes.
there was a new thing, everybody loved it, everybody was there, it was great, everybody was cool, and then some people started messing
Like the
with it too
rise and
much.
fall of Rome.
The rise and fall of Rome, and then you have the that second rebirth era, right? The Byzantines. That's a whole extra 600 years of fantastic, but separate from the homeland, right? And
Yes.
I won't bring it too far out into the analogy, but you have that passion, that spirit, that enjoyment of the game, but it's so far separated, and everyone tries to claim. I mean, this is the perfect analogy for Rome, right? Because PE, the rule, not PE, PW, the rules for PW is what all the other persistents were copying off of, right? Everybody claimed to be, the successor to PW, or at least that's what everybody was trying to be, from what I hear, and even like FK to some degree. So, y'all didn't talk a lot about FK. I wonder if y'all have any exposure or any experience with that side, or if that was like a minor thing that y'all weren't involved with. But that's another
I
thing
played on
that
that.
a lot of people like really, really loved. They they speak of it like it was, the other golden age of men, and that's kind of the inference that I get from this whole conversation.
One thing I want to say is you are correct that there have been different golden ages. A little bit of a history lesson is even before I ever played PW back in 2014, there was the golden age of PW, which was essentially whenever PW first came out. There is all these, sort of legends and all these sort of like conversations about all these, different like almost quite literally like legendary clans, legendary figures, legendary servers, and things like that that essentially were talked about for many, many years to where everybody was comparing the current state of PW to these previous versions. And back whenever I started playing, I think maximum players got up to was like 60, 80 players. But to me, it was like great. It was a lot of fun. I had a blast. I didn't care about the player count. I didn't even know the player count could go above whatever it was at the time. It wasn't until PW, like in the later years or even into PE, that I ever saw like the player counts that we saw. But back in the day, back whenever, like, I think it was 2011, 2012, something like that, there used to be multiple full servers, both on NA and EU, that would always be populated, always be having wars. There'd be all these different clans that were like legendary, like the EU Lannisters or the EU Starks or the Straw Hats, the Abyss Walkers, like all these like different like legendary clans that had been around for like years, even at the point that I started playing. There was like also the original like Tenadels, the original Glendors, the original Vortiacs, like there's just a ridiculous amount of clans that have history in them. Some of them are still around today, some of them aren't. But definitely the golden age of PW originally was 2012, 2013, and then died and became essentially an episodic or seasonal sort of server over the next however many years. So essentially, every single time that summer vacation would roll around, a new server would pop up, and then summer vacation would, subside, and then the server would eventually lose pop and die. And then it wouldn't be for another couple of months. Like, it would essentially be every couple of months, a new server or the same server would come back. People would play. We'd get burnt out, or we'd, not have enough time because of school or work or whatever. And then we would, go into a hiatus for a little while, essentially anticipating for the return of the eventual next server. So PE had a very similar instance with that, but I feel like it had the longest running like season that I feel like we've ever seen in a in this game genre, or not game genre, game franchise, where for essentially the first year or 2 years of Bannerlord being a thing, of PE being a thing, we saw the highest player counts that we've ever seen on this game. Like at launch, Bannerlord had over 300,000 players who were playing. Granted, a lot of that wasn't multiplayer, but still, where the maximum amount of players that ever played Warband was, I think, like 30, 40K or something like that, I believe. But it often would hover around like 10 to 20K, or 10 to 15K, who would be playing. Like if you looked at it on Steam charts. So we started with 300,000 people at the start of Bannerlord. And then, in my opinion, Terrorworlds kind of fumbled the multiplayer side of it and focused way too much on the single player. But eventually the multiplayer side grew and grew, and more mods came out, and more of the kind of old mods that we're used to, like CRPG, that was a Warband mod, and it made a resurgence. PE is essentially the child of PW. Full Invasion came back. Napoleonic Wars, which is now I think Steel and Musket or whatever. Like there's different mods that have made a resurgence now in Bannerlord, but especially at the very start of the PE like instance, it was so hyped and it was so like wanted that people would do essentially anything to get it. And so that's why like so many players were so dedicated to kind of get it off the ground and help where they could. And I definitely wanted to be a part of that because I, had been playing Warband for at that point 7 years, and desperately wanted to kind of relive some of that nostalgia that I had from my previous days of playing Warband and PW and everything else like that. And I wanted to kind of be somebody who could put us in the right direction for everything, and get away from some of that like toxic server owner or abusive server owner or abusive admins or this and that. But we definitely had a golden age because, like I said, like the first year or two of PE being a thing, we had the more population than we ever had seen before. And it wasn't until essentially like my server died out that I feel like we kind of had like the first lull period of like us not really knowing, when the next server was going to be up or what the population was going to be. And I think PB, initially launched around that time once my server died out. and they, I think, struggled initially to get some player counts, but I've heard that they are, depending on the map and depending on what's going on, they can get up to 300 players at this point, which is again, putting it into perspective of how it used to be, that's like an insane amount of players. Which that's what I feel like a lot of people don't realize, is that they kind of take the numbers for granted. They take 200, 300, 400 players, and they're like, but we're not 750, we're not 1,000. When in reality, back in the day, 80 was like the most you would ever see on a server, or 100 was like, oh my god, everybody get on. That's like record breaking, and stuff like that. So I think right now PE/PB/ whatever the current acronym is kind of entering in the natural sort of phase of life that this mod goes through, which is essentially iterations over the course of a couple of months, where people will play. We go through a couple of map rotations, things die out, people burn out, people are like, all right, let's play something else, let's do something else. And then it comes back whenever people, have had enough time to kind of rest, which I feel like that has always been the intention in the life cycle of this mod, because if you have it running for too long, you see what we saw, which was clans like burn out and will leave, and unless there is a new clan to take their place, the population will just slowly dwindle over time. And there, of course, was like the couple of clans that were like had been around for the entire time. Maybe they would go through like a reformation or a disbanding and then kind of merge or into a different clan or whatever. But for the most part, there was like I feel like a solid like 5 or so clans that were around from the very beginning of like NAPE. And I think a couple of them are still around to this day. And so that just, I feel like, goes to show like how resilient we've kind of stayed, and how the player population is still far greater than we've ever seen before. But we are starting to go into that sort of iteration style server that we're used to in prior like franchises with this mod. So I would say you're definitely right, again, with that whole golden age analogy of like PW had its golden age whenever it first came out, and then it essentially went through this like sort of like death, rebirth, and then towards the very end of its life cycle, right before Bannerlord, it had its like next golden age, in my opinion, because that's whenever a lot of servers started filling up again, and a lot of people started playing again, like consistently, and like our iterations got longer and longer, and now we're at that point to where we're kind of in that iterative period. And who's to say, a year or two from now, we don't go back into another golden age where we sort of, get even higher than 300. We maybe get back up to 750, or maybe, another content creator comes in and sees things. But overall, I feel like Bannerlord mods in general don't really become what they are until years after they initially are created. Like some of the best mods in Warband were originally made in like 2012, 2013, 2014, and were either updated or were just left as is, but were still some of the most played mods that we ever had.
Yeah,
so sorry, that was a lot.
No. Well, it was a lot, but I mean, it's recorded, so I'll listen back to it 3 times if I have to. A lot of information here. Would you say this paraphrase, this last quote, is kind of accurate, or would you word it differently?
Standards of the so-called, I would say, like Warband golden ages.
Yeah, because you did clarify at the end there were different golden ages. So aside from the one that I was talking about, I'd kind of lumped it all into a concept, like how it used to be, like the olden days, and that comes from my bias as a new player, because from my perspective, this is all like I can't like fundamentally distinguish 2016, 2017 Mountain Blade from 2023, because I joined in 2023, so everything before that is basically the same. And as we have these conversations, as I get these clarifications more and more, I am able to distinguish them and put them into the categorical sections. But this is, I mean, this particularly is a good example. There were multiple golden ages, not just one continuous kind of communal enjoyment of the game, and then a drop off that happened right before I joined.
Yeah, which I mean, I also again will say that like it's all kind of the perspective, right? Of like you said, you're like a newer player. You weren't around for some of the history that Gavin and I were, or even some of the other like older players were. So you don't necessarily know what it used to be like. But like that's again something that I like to try and remind people, especially some of the older players, of like look how far we've come. Like we went from server owners DDoSing other server owners so that there weren't, somebody there wasn't competition, to now it's simply who's wanting to host and who has the credibility to host and who is going to do a good job with it. At least in my mind, I haven't heard of any DDoSing or stuff like that. But like we've come from that being the norm of like server owners DDoSing each other to now, just who provides a better server, who has a better mod, who has, a better population. We also went from, 80 players being the norm to now 300 players being the norm, or 200 players being the norm. Like whatever the norm is now is far greater than what we used to have in the past. And that's what I feel like a lot of people forget about. And in my opinion, a lot of people this day and age in both the community and just kind of in general are a bit doomers about the whole situation. Like they only see
agree with you so much.
the worst case.
I've heard so much like defeatist language, like no, it can never get better. These problems we can't solve them at all. Like I've heard too much of it.
Yeah, that's a great point. I just want to like try to give that like justice. Where like, if you think about it, so many things can change. Where like people used to live with cholera, and then we invented wells. Like we don't have to live like this. We can change if we all just put a tiny bit of effort.
That's incredibly correct. Yeah.
Yes. People used to. It just used to be like, oh well, my brother died of cholera. That sucks because I pooped upstream.
You just gotta have 4 more kids and replace them.
Exactly. Maybe one will turn out to be good, but.
Yeah, and I mean, if there can be one, thing that people take away, it's, be the change you want to see. Like, if you want to make the community better, you have the power to do it.
Exactly.
Especially as a server
owner.
High, though. Yeah, especially as a server owner, especially as a community, like, or someone creating a community, you have the power to change it if you set it in the right direction and you're able to kind of get enough people on board with you. Again, it's going to take time, but it can and has happened. I mean, I feel like us and this mod in general is a prime example of how we can progress as a community, both in server population and also in like overall temperament. Like we've got, even though it still can seem toxic and still can seem bad, and we can still sit here and bitch and moan about the worst of the community has to offer. It's infinitely better than what I came to know whenever I first joined this community back in 2014. Like, it's infinitely better, but that still is not to say that we should not keep trying to improve.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, if there's anyone that I should believe when it comes to that, as far as the improvement from the previous era to this one, that's a very credible statement that I will put like my weight behind too. There's been kind of an improvement, sure. Yeah, I mean, there's, at least since I've joined, there are more people that are more passionate about making maps, more people that, there are more teams popping up at least. There's a lot of new stuff that's going on, and so if you think that everything is over and nothing can be fixed, ask these new teams and these new players that are joining why they're here. Because if nothing can be fixed and it's not worth playing, then yeah, okay.
And I guess one last thing I'll say with this is that, like, as well with like owning a server, anyone who plans on doing it or anyone who is doing it, they should always keep it in the back of their mind that they should not force people to play on their server. They should instead make a server that is worth playing and that is better than the competition, right? Because like we have in capitalism or whatever, or just in general, like, you offer a better product, more people are going to buy your product. You offer a worse product, less people are going to buy your product. So it's like, if you have the better product, people will come, people will play. If you have a worse product, less people will come, less people will play. And so that's how I feel like people should see servers, and how people should see communities in general, is if you are offering a better product, that is all you need in order to keep players and to beat out the competition, is offer a better product. You should not do any other sort of shady tactics, DDoSing, anything like that, to try and like artificially, disrupt someone else's success. You should instead only like pursue bettering your product so that people want to play on your server, want to play on your mod, want to play on your map, because it's better than somebody else's, not because you forced your server, your map, your community on somebody else because it's the only option. And that's how I always tried to run our server, was like, I would, and and this even happened, is like, once people lost interest in the mod, once people lost interest in the server, I gracefully, or I mean, I don't know if gracefully, but I let it go, and I let the server die, I let the community die, and I let the next people, like, I pass the torch on to the next people, let them take it over, hoping that we were able to set a good example. But I didn't try to like, what's it called? Didn't try to sabotage them. I might have my opinions on other server owners about whether or not they're good or bad, but I'm not going to make public statements about like, hey, don't go play on the server, don't go play on this mod, don't do this, don't do that, or I'm not going to try to dox them or DDoS them or do anything to try and disrupt their ability to run a server. If they offer a better product and people want to play on their server because it's a better product, great. That's their choice. That's their prerogative. I'll let them do that. And that's how I feel like every server owner should be. Every server owner should be trying to offer the best product. And if they don't offer the best product and people choose another one, they shouldn't be butthurt about that. They should instead try to improve theirs.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, if you have the skills to be sending out like hackers and setting up schemes and stuff like that, well, why isn't your server good enough, right? So that's a good point. Next question, we'll go to one of the previous ones from Kavata. Let's see. There was one that he was asking about the lower population clans. Okay, so how do you? It was basically like, how do you account for and incentivize the smaller clans in terms of numbers to play on servers when the conditions kind of favor the upper number of groups that come on? Is there any way to negotiate work with that, or have you all just kind of not gotten too much into that?
So, I have a bunch of ideas of how to solve this, but it really comes down to one point where like both the admins and the developers of the mod, more importantly the like developers of the mod, have to tailor the player's experience to the player, not a group or a clan. So what I mean by that is there has to be more rules or mechanics that make a single person flourish, as opposed to making clans so like overpowered that you have to join one or you stand no chance in doing a single thing. One of my friends was coming up with a mod idea that basically combined the Persistent series and CRPG, wherein basically it was a Persistent mod as the base, but you had a character that you progressed their stats, kind of like a MMO. And I think that's a great idea. And something like that tailors more to a single person's experience of the game can incentivize smaller groups and or the common person to play more.
And then what I would say for that is, another thing too that you can do is map design. So one thing that we also would do is, you have the ability to add a bunch of different factions. Like I don't know what the max number of factions are, but on multiple of our maps, we had set castles that were designed for smaller groups that would not be able to support a large clan. Not only just because of the footprint, but also because of like what resources there were and how attractive that castle or fort was to somebody. So having a map design that keeps in mind, hey, a smaller faction of like say 20 people might want to be able to have a faction. So why don't you just make a smaller fort instead of like having like 9 giant castles, have say 5 giant castles that the giant clans can be a part of, and then the rest are smaller forts or settlements or whatever that a smaller group would be able to take over. The other thing too that I think that we tried to encourage was for smaller groups to band together and form alliances, so that say 3 small factions of 20 players can then equate to a larger group. Now, that's not going to work for everybody because not everybody wants to, share a castle with other people, and sometimes other castle or some other factions aren't going to be as trustworthy as others. But we would try to encourage alliances between those smaller factions where possible, so that they could essentially self-regulate and self-protect each other instead of us needing to do any sort of like intervention in that regard. But so map design and then kind of forming alliances, I feel like are good things that you can kind of also try to promote. And then also too, like I said, with the whole council chat thing, we would try to include even smaller factions in there. So it wasn't just you had to have 90 players in your Discord in order to be a part of the faction. We did have a little bit of, I think, a cap. I forget exactly what the cap was of like you need to have X number of people, but it was like a relatively small number. Like you needed to essentially have like 10, I think, people in your Discord in order for us to recognize you as like an official faction. Because otherwise, you have 5 groups of friends and now you're considered an official faction. So things like that, just including the smaller factions in on the larger conversation and giving them a voice, was something that we did as well.
Giving them a voice, representation, making sure that their side was represented. The thing you said with the map design, I'm briefly going to exaggerate this, but we did a what's it called? A Banners of PB. It went for a similar length of time, and
I watched that.
Oh, yeah. So the provincial system, as you'll know, was something that was brought up quite a bit, and this is something that overlaps a lot with like the higher number clan versus smaller number clan issue, the map design issue, the gameplay loop issue, the RP issue, everything. The provincial system hit so many of these points that it became kind of a meme, and for that reason, it will be even above the quotes. So shout out to all the people who are pushing that. Cookie, Patty Nadros, and Matic. The provincial system stands. Okay, continuing. Were there any final notes on that topic?
I think I'm good.
I think Fergus hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, I think he did too. That was a pretty good answer, and I think the key of this tailoring the experience to the player and not the clan will do the most for the enjoyment, obviously, because if every individual player enjoys it, it's guaranteed that the small clans and the big clans and the no clans love it. The streamers who come by, the people who want to check it out, maybe even those hundreds of players who are like, I can literally only play this game for 1 hour every month. But if that 1 hour has enjoyable content, endearing content, and a community that they want to come back to, then that's mission accomplished. That's what this game is here for.
Exactly.
Okay. So for the sake of not extending this too long past what it needs to be, I'll ask again, is there any other outlying or final points to hit before we end?
I think I'm good.
I just want to get across one like general sentiment that I think everyone should hear.
Okay.
I think a little bit of compassion can go a long way. And I'm not saying like showing compassion to someone you like genuinely hate, like it doesn't have to start there. But maybe like just choosing not to say anything at all to the person or persons you dislike heavily is a great place to start. Because this community has a problem with not understanding people and stuff like that. And I think just a little bit of compassion
A
would
little bit of
serve
compassion. That's
wonders.
what we need, for sure. Um, yeah, I mean, love multiplies, right? It doesn't subtract, it doesn't divide. When you show love, when you spread love, it multiplies. And so, a smile or a favor that you do for a friend might cause that friend to show, like, being the change that you want to see in the world means that other people, when they adapt to those changes, that, I mean, is it's an honorable thing to inspire. It's an honorable thing to set the standard and have other people repeat the standard, as long as the standard is good, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm not really saying like go out of your way to do this because it's perfectly fine just not to talk to someone like ever again that you dislike. And at the same time, until someone's forgiven who quote unquote doesn't deserve it, nothing is gonna change. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. An eye for an eye.
Yeah. And I'm not blaming anyone for not forgiving someone. That's perfectly fine. And at the same time, you can't really complain that this is a toxic wasteland if you're not going out of your if you don't acknowledge that without someone how should I express this? If someone doesn't get forgiven who doesn't deserve it, nothing's going to change.
Mm,
But yeah,
interesting.
that's just a general sentiment I wanted to get out.
Now, that's hard, I will tell you, on behalf of the community. That's incredibly hard to accept. But
Yeah.
I
Yep.
recognize it
I know.
as truth.
I'm
But
even guilty of this myself.
yeah, personally, that
And
makes my heart kind of skip a beat.
I'm trying my best, and that's what everyone's trying to do. But it's just something I think people should hear.
I think people do
Not
need to hear that.
necessarily accept, but maybe understand.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, I mean, that kind of thing is to be, maybe not to be like encouraged as a standard, but yeah, like you said,
No,
if it
it's
happens,
probably never going to be a standard. Gotta be honest.
yeah, like when it happens, it produces an effect. We could say it like that, and sometimes those effects
Yes,
have
domino
rippling
effect.
effects. Yeah.
I have firsthand seen this happen. Not every time, mind you, but majority case. Karma definitely exists in some form. I'm not spiritual, but I mean, if you treat people nice, then people are going to treat you nice. That's just basic cause and reaction, generally.
I think that's the most impactful quote of this episode.
I'm surprised because I'm cooked.
Yeah, it's been I want to say over 5 hours, including the time we spent
Yeah, I think like 4.5.
chatting.
I have enjoyed this conversation a
Me
lot,
too.
just to tell you guys.
Yeah, definitely this is the last time. I mean, yeah,
I love talking about Bannerlord.
yeah, me too. I guess a lot of people love hearing about Bannerlord, and there's a lot of notes to be said. I mean, there's a lot of things. All of this, I guarantee you, has been said in VCs. The issue is those VCs end, and then this information
They
is
remain
forgotten.
private.
Yeah,
Yep,
it's like
not
it
written
never gets
down,
written down. So this is
no documentation.
history, man. This is what we need for history. Writing stuff down, keeping it, copying it, making sure it doesn't get lost either in the form or in the substance. Because if you use different words, but you still had all of these concepts matching in the same way, um, then you could still have the same benefit to the community. Now, my original plan for doing this was to have like you know, the flow chart and stuff here. But since we have so much more detail and so much more of a personal structure to this all, I'm going to not do this. And we
Okay.
will. I think this is enough. This is all we pretty much need for
Yeah,
this
Zoinks is
conversation.
great.
Okay. Well, I will start taking screenshots. And for the community, I thank you for watching. Y'all are troopers. I think we had like about 20 to 25 who have been here since about 1 hour in. So
Yeah, we had a lot of
appreciate you
people.
sticking around.
I saw
Appreciate
37 people at one point.
Yeah, I think there was the 37. Right now we're at 36 with
That's
234 total
awesome.
viewers. So, share the link if you think it's important. Conversate, right? You can screenshot any of these at any time. This is a public platform. So if you want to screenshot this stuff, share it with your friends and or debate it, call us idiots, tell us we're wrong. Um, Let us know what you think because I hate being the only guy talking. I talk too much. I trip over my words a lot and I kind of like hearing myself talk somewhat, but y'all out there, probably some of you, at least 6 out of the 36 of you watching right now, are better talkers than I am. Maybe you should start a show. And with that, I will leave you. I will say goodnight, and I love you, and thanks for watching.